Hi, welcome to the Zambia Agribusiness and Trade Project. Yeah, welcome to this online course. We're so excited to have you here. I see it, people are still logging in. My name is Gladys Piri. I'm the GFSI specialist here at the Zambia Agribusiness and Trade Project. And we have organized this training for you so we can interact with you. You can share your experiences on this very important aspect of food safety culture. So here we have a team that will facilitate this training. I have them here with me. They are logged in online. These are seasoned food safety experts who will take us through the next 2 days. And I hope you all manage to log in throughout the 2 days for you to be eligible to get your certificate of attendance. Okay, so the chat is open. Please introduce yourself there, network with other food safety experts who are logged in. Please feel free to post your questions or queries. We also have some food safety experts that are on standby to respond to any of your queries or questions that you may have. Please turn off your mics. We're kindly asking if you can just turn off your mics so that we just have one mic open and one person talking at a time to avoid the feedback. So right now, I'll hand over to our project manager just to give a few remarks and to welcome you to formally welcome you to ZATP and to give kind of like the official opening of this training. He's the one who made it possible for us to actually host this training. So I just want him to give a few remarks and to just tell you more about what this project is about, what we are doing, who we are helping, and why we are hosting such trainings. We hope that we can have similar training in future, so you should be able to share with us what other trainings like this that you would like us to host.
Good morning, Dr. Charles. How are you?
Good, thanks. Good, thanks. PM, how are you?
Very well, thank you. And good morning, everyone that has managed to join in. I can see a number of people are joining this training session, which is very good. Yes, Dr. Charles, I think you can go ahead and guide on how we proceed. Thank you.
Sure, thank you. Thank you very much, PM. You can go ahead with your opening remarks, PM.
Thank you very much, Doc, and welcome to this training session, everyone. My name is Golden Makai. I'm the project manager for the Zambia Agribusiness and Trade Project. This is a project that is being implemented by the Ministry of Commerce, Trade and Industry, and being financed using funding from the World Bank. Dear colleagues, it is a pleasure for me to welcome you to this training session, which has been arranged in conjunction with our Global Food Safety Initiative consultants, FoodBev. Allow me to just give you a brief background about the project and also share with you the objective of this project before we can move into the actual training session. I know that at some point from the Zambia Bureau of Standards, Thank you. All right. The Zambia Agribusiness and Trade Project has a project development objective, which is to contribute to increased market linkages and firm growth in agribusiness. Now, in terms of the project beneficiaries, we are looking at emerging and poor farmers and SMEs that are in the agribusiness sector, and these are growth-oriented SMEs. The project aims to contribute to increasing sources of growth in Zambia in an inclusive way by enhancing capacity of the producer organizations, these are the farmer groups, and agribusiness SMEs, supported by the project to increase 1, their productivity, 2, their quality and scale, thereby increasing their sales and ability to develop better and more sustainable commercial links, which they'll forge with the buyers. And that in turn will allow them to expand businesses and add employment in higher rates than otherwise. Now, how do we support the beneficiaries of this project? There are 2 types of support that the project offers. One is in form of technical assistance. Then the other one is in form of matching grants. And apparently the matching grants are structured in such a way that the beneficiary comes to the table with 30% of their sub-project requirement, and then the project meets them with 70% of their sub-project requirements. Now, the project itself is divided into 3 components. The first component is called market linkages in agribusiness, and under this component, we have 2 sub-components. The first one being what we are calling building productive alliances in Zambia, and is mainly focusing on supporting the producer organizations who are the farmer groups. And then this other sub-component, which is called the SME Supplier Development Program, is intended to support SMEs that are into agro-processing. Then we have the second component, which is called strengthening capacity for business regulation, competition, and national quality infrastructure. And this is basically to enhance and support the regulatory and institutional framework of the institutions that we work with under the Ministry of Commerce. These are statutory agencies that under the Ministry of Commerce, Trade and Industry, some of them being the CCPC, ZABS, ZIX, ZIXA, and ZME. Now, in order for the SMEs and the producer organizations that we are supporting to be able to do their business in a conducive environment, you would agree with me that the institutions that I've just mentioned need to play a critical role in ensuring that there's a level playing field, and also that the regulations that come into play fair to the business enterprises. And then we also have the third and final component, which is called project management, monitoring, and evaluation. Of course, you would also agree with me that in terms of all the interventions that we're trying to provide and implement, there is need for us to monitor how well we are doing to ensure that we are achieving the objectives for which the project was set out for. Now, allow me to quickly just take you back to component 1 and 2, which are very critical and actually are the key drivers of what we do as a project. Like I said, under component 1, we have 2 sub-components: building productive alliances and strengthening and the SME Supply Development Program. Now, to ensure that the SMEs and producer organizations that we are supporting under component 1 are fully capacitated, we have under component 2 another program which is called the Global Food Safety Initiative Program, which we are implementing to ensure that food that is being produced and processed by the SMEs and the producer organizations actually meets the local, regional, and international standards in terms of acceptance, and therefore the reason that we are having this training, so that then we can be brought to speed to understand on what it is that we are supposed to do in terms of when we are beginning to produce at primary level, in order for us to understand what we are supposed to do when we are now processing the food that has been produced at primary level, and then before it gets to be consumed by yourself and myself. So today's training program actually will highlight, I think, the practices that we have in terms of maintaining a food safety culture as we go about with our businesses of producing food at a primary level and also processing the food at a secondary level before it is put on the shelf for the consumer to purchase it and go and consume it. So I'd like to encourage all the participants that we have in this meeting to be active in participating, but also to pay attention to some of the principles that will be shared throughout this training. And allow me at this point also to just extend my gratitude to our able consultants, FoodBev, who have been with us on this project for the past 7-8 months now. And they've really done a good job thus far, and I'm very much convinced that you will benefit from their wealth of knowledge and experience as you interact with them for the next 2 days or so. Dr. Charles, I'm grateful to you and your team for your acceptance to conduct this training. And allow me also to thank the local agencies that we work with, the Zambia Bureau of Standards, Zambia Compulsory Standards Agency, and others for indeed accepting to be part of this wonderful program. And finally, allow me to thank my team within the PIU led by Gladys Perry, my able GFSI consultant, for ensuring that this training takes off. I was a bit hesitant when she approached me, and I was thinking, Gladys, will this happen? She said, I can assure you it will happen. I'll make sure that it happens. Gladys, kudos to you and your team. I would like to, at this juncture, state that I'm greatly delighted to be part of this training, and I'm looking forward to participating fully in this training. May I, at this point in time now, declare that this training session is officially opened. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Makai. That is our project manager here at the Zambia Agribusiness and Trade Project. I just want to thank him for believing in us to manage and run this training. Okay. Right now, I would like to call upon Mrs. Belinda Kanchea. She is the Standards Development Manager at the Zambia Bureau of Standards, to just give us a few remarks about ZABS, to tell us what ZABS is and what services they do offer to food businesses in that regard. Okay, Mrs. Kanchea.
Good morning, Gladys. Good morning, Dr. Charles.
Good morning.
Hi, and good morning, participants.
Good morning, Belinda.
And welcome to our participants. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I need to switch on my camera.
Yes, so that we can see you.
You can relate the voice. Okay, thank you so much. I'll need to share my screen. Dr. Charles, do I have rights to share?
Yes, I think so. Yes, it's coming up. Thank you.
Has come up? Okay. No, thank you so much for this opportunity. Let me put it in PowerPoint. Yeah, so thank you so much for this opportunity to be able to share a bit more information about ZABS, what we do, our role or partnership on the GFSI program. And we just want to appreciate Gladys and team ZATP for this opportunity, as well as the partner institution, FoodBev, and I acknowledge the presence of the project manager, Mr. Makai. Thank you so much for those remarks, and we continue to appreciate your support to us as an institution. So basically, we're just going to look at Zambia Bureau of Standards as an institution, where we are at, and we're going to speak a bit more about the CFA, the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. I think that is a song that we have decided to be speaking to under this program, because we believe it has a contribution to accessing the continental market. And finally, I'll just echo a few sentiments on ZAB's role on the GFSI program. So basically, Zambia Bureau of Standards sits under the Ministry of Commerce, Trade and Industry. We are one of the statutory bodies, and we have recently in 2017 been re-established under a new act, number 4 of 2017. So that has kind of re-established our mandate as an institution, and we are now inclined to only providing voluntary services, which I'll share shortly. So that is our re-engineering. We were originally an institution that provided standards development. Sorry for that. Standards development, testing, certification, enforcement of compulsory standards. We used to enforce our standards. We provided training, and we also provided scientific metrology and industrial metrology. So presently now, we are only providing the voluntary services, like I've said, standards development, testing, certification, and training. Then we have the former Zambia Weights and Measures now joining up with our scientific and industrial metrology to actually forms Zambia Metrology Agency to provide the scientific metrology, industrial metrology, as well as legal metrology. Then a new established institution, the Zambia Compulsory Standards Agency, was established under Act number 3 of 2017. That's the institution that enforces standards. So basically, those are our functions. And one key thing that we want to talk about, basically, we provide certification of products, and that is our certification mark, which we envisage will be able to be recognized on the continental market going forward. I would like to just speak to one of our new products, which is the Certified Local Supplier Scheme for SMEs. So this is a food scheme to a more advanced food safety management systems. Okay, moving on. Can you see that?
Yes, you can, Belinda.
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
So I just wanted to mention a bit more of our participation in the harmonization of standards, conformity assessment issues. We are participating in SADC, COMESA, and ASO. We are harmonizing standards at regional level, and we are also participating in standards development at international level. Most of you are aware almost everyone I trust are aware of the ISO 22000 standards, the food safety management systems, the quality management systems, etc. So we are able to participate in some of the technical committees at that level. Now, zeroing in, I trust most of us have heard of the African Continental Free Trade Area. Apologies at the bottom, I think my write-up is hazy. And we are aware that as of 1st January, the African continent kind of opened up the market under this agreement, okay? So there's a scope to trade in goods, to trade in services, investment, intellectual property rights, e-commerce, okay? And the objective is basically to remove at least 90% of the tariff lines on goods that are imported from state parties over 5 to 15 years period. And then the non-tariff barriers, annexes on customs, cooperation, trade facilitation, and non-tariff barrier mechanisms. So in short, what we are trying to say is the African market is now open for member states or member parties to be able to trade. Okay, where does that leave us? Basically, what we are saying is we want to be able to eliminate the technical barriers to trade and the sanitary and phytosanitary measures. We want to be able to harmonize standards and ensure equivalence as far as possible. And they should be able to be capacity building for cooperation. So we are hoping that with the opening up of the market, the issue of standards and conformity assessment will be able to contribute to member states, industry, stakeholders to be able to trade with each other. Okay. In the region, we have different priority value chains. And for those of us that are in COMESA, those are the value chains that were identified under this UNECA study, by the way. In ESC, those are the common value chains, ECCS, ECOWAS, SADC, and UMA as well. So those are the value chains that were identified, and these are the ones for which standards are being harmonized, are actually recommended for harmonization in the region. And you can see, for example, you can see that there are a number of food products as priority areas in those value chains. What does this mean now, bringing it back home to what we are doing now under the GFSI project? We have, for us, we would like to alert or create awareness that the African market is actually open. And this calls for us as stakeholders to be able to leverage on programs like the GFSI in order to ensure that our products, our produce can compete favorably on the continent. And programs like GFSI, being certified to GFSI, will be able to leverage stakeholders or market players on such a wide market. You have your product certified, you are following through standards, standardization matters, conformity assessment related matters, and it becomes a guarantee for the certified products to be able to have a voice and be able to be competitive on the continental market. I definitely acknowledge UNECA for the report or for the submission I've just given on the Continental Free Trade Area. And finally, this should be my final submission. Zambia Bureau of Standards is an implementing partner on the GFSI component of the project under the ZATP. Mr. Makai actually gave an elaborate presentation on what the project is all about. We have 10 of our personnel who have been trained. And we just want to appreciate ZATP really for having in mind the sustainability of the program beyond the lifespan of the project. So the 10 personnel have been trained in various food safety management systems, and this is with much appreciation to FoodBev, who've actually conducted the training, who are actually our consultants on this program. We have had capacity that has been built, and going forward, this beyond the project, ZABS will be able to continue running with GFSI related programs and offering support to our industry, producers, etc., to be able to continue seeking certification, maintaining the certification under this program. And we continue to just appreciate that there is sustainability was actually enshrined in the program as it was being drawn. So with these stakeholders, I just want to say thank you very much for your appreciation. Thank you very much for your attention, and we appreciate your participation in today's program. Thank you. Over to you, Doc and Gladys. Thank you very much. Gladys and Doc.
Thank you very much, Belinda, for that very insightful presentation about ZABS. Indeed, we are going to cover a lot about regulatory bodies during this 2-day training in terms of food safety culture. I don't know, Gladys, are you there?
I'm here, Doc. I think you can go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Program Director. So I'm going to cover for the next 20 minutes or so, and I'm very happy that we are on time, we're right on time. Thanks to my previous speakers for keeping to time. I'll cover an overview of the ZATP GFSI Global Markets Program that Mr. Makai, our program manager, spoke about. Okay, just this is who we are, FoodBev International Consulting, and our tagline, our motto is to empower and inspire excellence. And we also aim to be strategic partners in food business excellence. So we've actually managed to achieve this over the years. We've actually partnered with quite a lot of organizations in Mozambique, in Zambia, in Malawi, several countries that we will talk about shortly. But I won't talk much about us for now. If I've got a bit of time at the end, I will then talk more about FoodBev. So just a few housekeeping announcements. You can see the bottom ribbon or bar at the bottom of your screens. There's a mute and unmute button there. There is also a start video button and all those. So please keep your mic on mute. And when you speak, if you have to speak, don't forget to unmute it. Switch off it's advisable in conferences like this, big conferences. I think the last time I checked, we're sitting on 172 delegates, in this conference, in this training. So in a big conference like this, it's always good to switch off your video. So keep your video on mute, unless if you are presenting or you are talking and we have to see you, then you can put it back on. As previously been said, use the chat function, the chat button, to ask questions, to make comments, to network, to greet each other. I've seen it has been very active, and anything that you would want to communicate to everyone or to us. So you can actually choose to communicate to everyone, or you can just choose to communicate to the organizers. Then raise your hand if you need to speak. But otherwise, we, in a big conference like this, 172, we'll probably clock 200 during this training, 200 participants. We actually have 250, more than 250 registered, but normally you probably get about 80% of all registrations coming through. So we are a big group. So we are not going to have everyone being able to speak, but please use the chat function and say as much as you like. We've got somebody monitoring that chat function, and they will be able to address your questions during the proceedings. And remember, don't forget to raise your hand down when you finish. If there is something that is very urgent that you really need to communicate, raise your hand, it will give you an opportunity. And above all, pay attention. We know that this training is actually happening from your locations, whether you're in the office, you could be at home, you could even be driving. That's the beauty of technology. So you can actually sit from anywhere. You can be under a tree, listening to this training. But the most important thing is pay attention. If you're in an office, lock your door, put a don't disturb sign on your door so that you make the most out of this. This is a very, very important training, as it is part of the requirement of FSSC 22000 version 5.1. So I'm so happy that I'm excited, in fact, that you guys are getting this training, which is part of a requirement of FSSC version 5.1, courtesy of ZATP, the World Bank, and our partners. And I encourage everyone to participate and have fun. So participate on the chat as much as possible. We're going to open the floor in the afternoon, where we're going to actually physically talk and discuss. So at that time, we want the afternoon session to be very lively. That's when everyone will be able to unmute their mics, and then we can have a good discussion. But I'll introduce Taku just now, who's going to facilitate that. He's with us. Okay, just some arrangements here. So I'm happy that we started at 9 o'clock sharp. Tea break, we're going to do a quick break for 15 minutes. It will just be a biological break or a leg stretch for about 10-15 minutes. Lunch, we will do a lunch at 30 minutes, between 13 hours and 13:30. Then, like I said, in the afternoon, we're going to have a discussion to just hammer some of the points that Kotsa is going to present home in a practical aspect. And we hope to end it about 15:30. Okay, let me start by just giving you a brief on the journey, food safety journey. Food safety starts with the basic food safety and personal hygiene awareness, or training for the shop floor. So it's very, very important for us to train our shop floor and bring them to speed in terms of food safety. If you don't train anyone, don't expect to hold them responsible. If they are not trained, they are not responsible for anything. So if you want to make them responsible, train them. They sign for the training. Everybody knows that they've been trained and they know what they're supposed to do. So that's the foundation of food safety culture, is what we're going to discuss. Then the next level that we are currently on, that I'll talk about, and that Gordon has also mentioned, is the GFSI Global Markets Program that we are running with ZATP and ZABS. Then we can go on to effective GMP. So these are the foundational trainings that are mandatory. They are prerequisites to establish a HACCP system. We get a number of times where we get training requests, and somebody says they want to be trained in HACCP. And then we ask, have you been trained in GMP? Then they say, no, I've not been trained in GMP, but they want to jump to HACCP, or some even want to be trained in ISO 22000 or FSSC 22000, and they've not been trained in GMP. It's like somebody who has not done grade 1 and they want to enroll for grade 7 already before going to grade 1. So your GMP is your foundation. Then from there, we can actually combine our GMP with the basic HACCP awareness level 2, and then we do advanced HACCP implementation. We spice it up by integrating with TASAP and VASAP awareness. Then we also have a training program on effective root cause analysis, which is part of problem solving and corrective action. And all this is supported by internal auditing training. So auditing is also key, as I mentioned. Then we move on to the ISO 22000 series. So with that, we actually have the ISO TS 22000 part 1 up to part 6. I think they are now going up to part 6, and soon we'll probably have in part 7 prerequisite programs for ISO 22000 and FSS 22000. Then we can actually go into the ISO 22000 2018 version that we are currently on, awareness for senior managers. It's very, very important for your senior managers to be part of this and to know what is going on. So we do have an awareness program, and we can even make it just a general food safety awareness program that covers all the standards from GMP, HACCP, ISO 22, FSSC 22000, and including other standards, GFSI benchmark standards like BRC. So we do have those awareness training for your senior managers. So it's very, very important for you to actually get your senior managers, your executive directors to be trained so that they can give you the necessary support. Then we have a transition course. Remember, we are moving from ISO 22000, 2005, and now we are on 2018 version. So we do have a transition course for those ones who are still implementing 2005 version. And we then move on to the actual implementation course. This is a 4-day course, full 4 days of implementation of ISO 22000, and again supported by internal auditing courses. The last of the series is your FSSC 22000 series, which again starts with your ISO TS 22002 part 1 to part 6 prerequisite programs. Then we have that awareness training for senior managers, and we then have your FSSC 22000 version 5.1. We are now on version 5.1, where we actually take you through the whole implementation of FSSC 22000 with all the additional requirements. And food safety culture is one of those additional requirements for version 5.1, which we are going to talk about today. We also have a separate training that just covers managing food integrity. This is your food defense, your food fraud, how to put in place a food defense, food fraud plan, and how to implement it. So we tell you on the how side of things. The standard tells you the what. What are you supposed to do? But it doesn't tell you how you're supposed to do it, and it's always not easy for you to do it alone. So we are there at your disposal to actually take you through this whole implementation program. Okay, so I will talk about just an overview of the Global Markets Program. We will look at the pathway to certification, the challenges that needs to be addressed, why was the program implemented in Zambia, the objectives, and then the project tasks and deliverables. Okay, so GFSI was developed, GFSI developed the Global Food Safety Program for small businesses. Since they struggle to achieve certification due to their size, lack of technical expertise, economic resources, or just the nature of their work. You know, being small, sometimes it's a challenge because you don't have enough resources to get into some of these high-level programs. So they started a very basic program, which is called the Global Markets Program. So the aim is to develop effective food management systems through a systematic continuous improvement process. Continuous improvement. I always talk about standardize and anchor. You know, if you look at that stepwise, I should have put this slide here. stepwise continuous improvement, where you standardize, you move up, you standardize, and you anchor. You know, the anchoring part is you don't want to move back. You know, it's continuous improvement. You want to keep on moving up. A lot of businesses or a lot of people, they implement these systems and then they retrograde, they move back. So we need a standardized and anchor continuous movement model. So the aim is also to create a pathway to market access. I'll talk more about that. So the objectives are to provide a route or pathway for micro to small medium enterprises to achieve accredited certification. So we need to facilitate baby steps towards accreditation. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with the first step. Always, there's always the first step. So we are on the first step with this GFSI Global Markets Program. And I'm happy to say that we are actually been quite successful, as Gordon has indicated, and thanks Gordon for the kind words to us in terms of how we are managing this project. And obviously, you know, it's a team effort. You know, Gladys, you know, she's just awesome to work with. So we are running this project with ZHPP and ZABS, and we form a very good partnership. So we have started to move. You know, this is a 1,000-mile journey. In fact, it's a never-ending journey, but we have started to move. The other objective is to support capacity building, you know, capacity building efforts and improve market access opportunities for the small and less developed businesses. The GFSI Global Market Program is a pathway, offers a pathway to certification. It involves 4 steps entrenched in a voluntary step-by-step tool for continuous improvement. The program is a free access system designed as an accredited non-certification assessment process. So we don't jump into accreditation or into certification. You know, we start with an accredited non-certified assessment, and then baby steps, we move. The program helps small businesses as the pathway to market access. You know, even without certification, you don't even need to be certified once you are engaged on this program. Once you are recognized, everyone will recognize your food safety management system, and you can be able to get into your shop rides, into your pick and pays to market your products. Okay, so these are the steps for the GFSI Global Markets Program, which is step 1 is a self-assessment or pre-gap assessment by the respective primary producer or food manufacturer or a contracted service provider. So we can actually do this step for you to determine point of entry into the GFSI program, whether you are going to enter at the basic level or you are going to enter at the intermediate level, or you are already past that. You are already ready for certification. You are ready to go for HACCP certification and other certifications. So step 2 is the unaccredited assessment against the basic level, which constitutes 35% of the requirements. Then we then move on to step 3, which is an accredited assessment against both the basic and the intermediate. That's the other 65%. And then we can move on to the accreditation itself or accredited certification, should you be ready to do that. Okay, so this is just a diagrammatic representation of this GFSI Global Markets Program. So that's step 1 there. If you are ready, you can then go to step 3. You can jump step 2. You know, step 2 is your unaccredited assessment against the basic level. If you are ready, you can go straight to the basic and the intermediate, and you'll be ready for certification. So we take you through baby steps towards certification. Okay, so what are the challenges that needs to be addressed, or why was this project birthed by our Zambian counterparts? So Zambian primary producers and manufacturing firms are currently experiencing challenges, of course, to access global markets that demand safer food, particularly your well-developed markets, lucrative markets, the EU, the US markets, and also your other lucrative local and regional markets. You know, Belinda talked about the Intercontinental Free Trade Area, the African Free Trade Area Agreement. So we need to move. You know, others are already moving. I think Rwanda is ahead. The Kenyans are there. You know, the Nigerians are there. The South Africans are there. So the Zambians, we have to be ready. You know, we have to be ready. Everyone needs to be ready to compete in this African market that is going to be opened. Otherwise, they are going to come into Zambia with their products and you won't be able to compete. So that's why we actually have this program running. So the reason is mainly because implementation of food safety management system is not well developed. You know, we know small businesses, they struggle. So we are there to handhold them and work with them. So I just want to have a poll on your chat. We can look at this poll later, Nozipo. Who has a well-developed food safety management system in their factory? So I just want you to say yes or no. Yes, I have a well-developed food safety management system. According to your assessment, is it well-developed or is there room to improve? You know, is it still underdeveloped? Is it not even there? So just to get a feel of our audience, where are we in terms of food safety management systems? Can everyone just go to their chat and write yes, well developed? No, it's not well developed. Even if it is there, if you think there's room for improvement, just say no. But if you really think you're confident it's well developed, let's hear from you. So go to the chat and just say yes, no. We expect about 170 responses, and then we can calculate a percentage, and then we see where we are. Okay, Nozipo, how is the chat going?
We have a no, and then there's a question from Takuzwa. What is a fully developed food safety management system?
Okay, let me address that. It's just a subjective assessment of what you think yourself. What you think, whether you have got a food safety management system. We just want to hear from yourself. You know, we want to see who is confident that they actually have a food safety management system that is developed, even if it is not certified. Better still, if it is certified, then it's developed, definitely. But even if it is not certified, if you are working towards certification, you have developed it and you are happy, you are ready for certification, then we can say that is well developed. I don't know, Taku, if I've answered you there. Okay. Yeah, Carol?
Majority of no's, a few yeses here and there. So I'll say the majority is no.
Okay, so you are in the right training because this is what we need to go through. Okay, let's move on. So what are some of the major constraints that were identified? So lack of technical know-how, lack of skilled expertise, lack of knowledge in food safety management systems, storage and transportation, distribution, insufficient understanding of the requirements, you know, standards and understanding the standards. You know, we need to help you understand those standards, requirements, expectations of buyers in markets, you know. A challenging supply chain, procuring and transforming raw material into finished products and transporting and getting these products to the end user, to the customer. You know, that's a challenging supply chain. So these are things that we need to address. Lack of financial resources, of course, you know, this is always an issue to upscale businesses. But you can see I've put it right at the bottom because we don't want money to stop us from doing what we have to do. We don't want to be crying money all the time. Money is never sufficient. So there are things that we can do without money. When you are writing an SOP, when you've employed somebody to write SOPs, you can't cry that I don't have money for someone to write an SOP when the person is there. So in terms of records, in terms of documentation, no money is required because you already have the people. You are already employing people. So But of course, we need money to develop, we need money to buy new equipment, to buy software, to buy computers and stuff like that. Okay, so how are these constraints being addressed, right? The food safety management systems and certification schemes, the project that is based on GFSI was initiated by our very good partner, the Zambian Ministry of Commerce, Trade and Industry, supported by our good partner, the World Bank, and is being managed by ZATP. So this was started in July 2020, and we are running with it. So this is how we are addressing these constraints through this project. The project involves capacity building of officials from ZABS, our partner ZABS, and other partner organizations like Lusaka City Council and other compulsory organizations in Zambia. And also even the ministry itself, they are a partner in this.
No, but the positive.
Right, and who will then in turn coach and mentor selected micro, small, medium enterprises and primary producers. So this is a train the trainer capacity building project. We are happy that we already have food safety experts. You know, we turned some engineers into food safety experts. You know, very good achievement that the project has already done. So the aim is to develop effective food safety management systems through a systematic continuous improvement approach and pave a pathway to markets through this program. Okay, so what are some of the tasks that we've actually done in this project? Just to give you a bit of a summary. Capacity building for ZABS officials and other partner organizations through training and mentorship to provide mentorship to SMEs, train the trainer. So we've already done this and we completed this in Q1 and Q2. So up to December, from July to December, we're busy with online trainings. We've been on the ground in Zambia. You know, COVID, you know, we vowed ourselves, Gladys, ZATP, we said COVID is not gonna stop us. We're going to run with it, COVID or no COVID. So we managed to do things, and kudos to technology. Right now, we are talking to 172 people through online, you know, through online. Nobody has paid any flights to travel anywhere, no accommodation. Some are sitting in the cars. Technology is working. Right, then the next task is to do a gap assessment of the food safety management system among the selected SMEs. So obviously, they are the lucky ones who are going to be selected for this in both the food manufacturing and primary production in relation to the GFSI Global Markets Program. And this is actually due to start in the third quarter. It has been delayed because this is something that we might need to do on site. But we are already working towards an online tool to do these gap assessments. So COVID, no COVID, the project is going to go ahead. So we then have off-site and on-site training and mentoring of selected SMEs, and this we are likely to do it Q3 and Q4, which is this quarter. So we're going to do both on-site and off-site training and mentoring. Then technical support to the MSMEs to establish and document, right, document, I underline that, a food quality safety system in line with the GFSI Global Markets Program requirements. And this will be, that's what we'll be focusing on in the last quarter, Q4 of the life of the project. And as we say, if it is not written down, it didn't happen. It's a, I can hear some people shouting there, it's a rumor. It's a rumor. That's what Kosa always say when she's training. If it's not written down, it didn't happen. It's a rumor. So we don't want rumors. So we need to write things down. Otherwise, they are as good as not there and not done, even if you are doing it. When auditors come, they want to see written documents. They want to see records. Okay, the last thing is the certification, of course. After implementing the fundamental requirements of the food safety under GFSI Global Markets, selected SMEs will be trained and mentored on implementing applicable GFSI recognized certification programs like your FSSC 22000, those ones who are exporting to Europe, the British Retail Consortium, Global Food Safety Standard. We'll also look at Global GAP, based on the scope of their work and if they would like to proceed to full certification. So we will provide that. Right, I'm almost ending. Let me see how I was given 20 minutes. I think I've overshot. Okay, so an overview, just a brief overview of food safety management systems. So we start with, right now we are starting almost like back to front, but it's not really back to front. That's what we need to know first. We need to know the food safety culture. So this is what COSA is going to take us through. But before we even do that, we start with your PRPs, GMP, GAP, GFSI Global Markets Program. Then we go to HACCP, we are growing. Then we go to ISO 22000. Then we go to FSSC 22000. So in summary, this is what we do. I don't know on this axis here, anyone can guess, what do we have here? That also is a requirement to ensure that all these programs are running. Of course, audits. So we need to have all these programs supported by audits. Okay, I think that's where I will end in terms of my overview. Right now, I just want to take the opportunity to introduce our speakers. I'll start with COSA, Mrs. Katsande. She's a food scientist. She's the founding director of Food Bev International Consulting, and she's very passionate about improving food safety, quality, and good business management and leadership in Africa, especially among women. I know COSA is very, very passionate about empowering of women. Over the 20 years that COSA has worked in various industries, she has worked as a quality manager, an R&D manager, medical scientist, researcher, a university lecturer, subject matter expert in microbiology, operational microbiologist for Coca-Cola, responsible for East, West, and Southern Africa. So COSA has been there, has been around. She has actually conducted over 100 trainings, trained more than 1,000, maybe we're clocking to 2,000 now, if we add you guys, in the food industry and testing laboratories in many countries, including Zambia, Malawi, Mozambique, South Africa, Mauritius, Ghana, Nigeria, Kenya, Uganda, Namibia, Botswana, Zimbabwe, Swaziland. She has been everywhere, Ethiopia. She has also trained through the technology, through online training. Russians, we've got a Russian client, West Indies, and I think we actually forgot to put some Swedish guys who also attended our training. So you are in safe hands with COSA. And then she'll be supported by Nozipo. Nozipo is the technical manager at Food Bev International Consulting. She's an experienced food scientist with just over 7 years. I think it's now 8 years, Nozipo, experience in the area of food safety. We've really grilled Nozipo at Food Bev. She's now highly, highly competent using her industry experience. She's coming from industry and now she's into training. She develops most of our training material. She's a good researcher. We are so lucky to have Nozipo. We actually call her the packaging and labeling specialist. Anything to do with packaging, labeling, contact Nozipo, she'll give you all the answers. Thank you, Nozipo, for being there. And then we have a guru in the house. Taku, I'm sure you can actually start to see him on the chat, very active on the chat. Taku is our colleague, very good friend of mine. Yesterday we had Taku probably an hour's discussion. We're just brainstorming about today, over an hour discussion we had. Taku is based in the UK. He's got over 15 years experience in the food science, technical skills, and commercial experience in food manufacturing for global food brands, retail, wholesale, food services in the United Kingdom. She has worked for Marks and Spencer's of this world, a big fish company. So Taku is passionate. And when I say passionate, you know, Taku is the Mr. Passion about food science and technology. And his profound passion has made him a thought leader. I can attest to that. You know, every time I want to brainstorm something, bounce something to, when I bounce it to Taku, I feel enriched all the time. So we are happy to have Taku in the house. He is going to be very busy. Taku is actually very busy, but he made time to come here. So you'll be in and out. But in the afternoon, we're going to have him to facilitate the panel discussion. So thank you, colleagues. I won't go into food bev because I've run out of time. This is who we are. We're going to send this presentation. You can see us, all the trainings that we do. And Zikomo Kwambiri, this is where you can find us if you need us. Thank you very much. I'll probably hand over to Gladys for now, and maybe Kotsa can do a presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doc. I think without further ado, I think people are anxiously waiting to get into the meat of this training. So now we'll just hand over to Mrs. Kotsa Kasande. She is our lead consultant for the GFSI Global Markets Program here at ZTP. So Mrs. Kotsa Kasande, please take it away.
Thank you, Gladys. Thank you, Program Director. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone, depending on where you are on the globe. Welcome everyone to this training. I'm also excited to be part of this training. I hope you are going to enjoy the training. Thank you, Charles, for the introduction. And I'm very happy also to see you, to be with you on this panel. Thank you so much for being here. Let me share my screen. I'll just give a brief overview of the course. Right, so this course is about, we'll be talking about establishing a food safety culture. And why is it important? This is very crucial aspect for every food organization. It's very important for every food manufacturing or food processing or food producing organization so that they'll be able to make sure that they implement a relevant food safety management system. So many food manufacturing businesses that have gone on to successfully implement food safety management systems have noted that besides food safety training, that we offer food safety training and education, including auditing of our systems, and establish food safety culture is what you need as well in your food safety management system, because it is the glue that brings everything or brings your food safety management system together. This is because every individual involved in the production, in manufacturing, in distribution, and wherever you are in the food chain and consumption, the consumer has a critical role to play in ensuring that food is safe for consumption. Very important as we are talking about small businesses, medium businesses, very important to understand that everyone is supposed to be involved in food safety issues. The Global Food Safety Initiative actually defines food safety culture as shared values, beliefs, and norms. I'll go into it as we're going to define what is food safety culture. So this course is going to help you to understand the importance of leadership and management in setting the example for the successful implementation of food safety management systems throughout the organization. Obviously, also the successful implementation of a food safety management system. Also, we'll take you through the process of creating and delivering a food safety culture by identifying, measuring, and improving an organization's food safety management system. Here we're also looking at the food safety culture. Our main focus will be on the food safety culture. So on the completion of this course, we hope as participants you'll be able to understand what food safety culture is. We saw from all the interactions we are having and also from all the registrations, we can see most of the participants here, maybe over 50%, have not attended any food safety training. And obviously, most of the people, their comments were, what is food safety culture? And they want to know more about food safety culture. So by the end of this training, we hope you understand what food safety culture is all about. And also, we hope you'll be able to create a food safety culture in an organization. We're going to spend, I'm just going to give the theoretical aspects, and also in the afternoon, in the plenary session, as Charles said, we'll focus on how do you actually create this food safety culture. In the midst of my training, I'll also do some polls just for us to make it a bit interactive. Then also we'll talk about how do we measure a food safety culture in an organization. We'll talk about this tomorrow. And again, we'll make it as interactive as possible. So in this training, we'll focus on food safety awareness. Since we've noted also that there are some participants here who have not done food safety. So we will just take a few moments to focus on what is food safety so that we bring them up to speed. So please, those who have attended courses before on food safety, bear with us, but I'm sure you can take it as an opportunity for a recap. Then we'll talk about defining food safety culture, establishing a food safety culture. We'll talk about delivering a food safety culture, and also how do we measure food safety culture. And we'll look at some standard requirements as per the GFSC requirements, FSSC 22000, version 5.1. So we'll also look at that in terms of what are the requirements, what will be audited in your FSSC 22000 program that you are running in your organization. So when we look at food safety is actually the assurance that food will not cause harm to the consumer. So the focus of food safety is to provide assurance that the food that you are producing at the farm, your vegetable that you are making at the farm, or the dairy products that you are manufacturing are not going to cause harm to the consumer. And we are looking at the time of preparation. Your product is not going to cause harm to the consumer when it is prepared and or eaten according to its intended use. This is according to the Codex Alimentarius definition. But also ISO 22000, it does define food safety as well. It says it is the assurance that food will not cause an adverse health effect for the consumer when it is prepared and or consumed in accordance with its intended use. So it's the same definition. So it's very important as manufacturers of products, as processors, as producers of food products. It's very important to make sure that our products that we are making, they are safe for consumers, and also make sure that the consumer knows the intended use of your product. So this becomes very important in terms of providing information to your customers and consumers. They need to have information about your products. Make sure that they use them correctly, they store them correctly, and they understand what is in your products in such a way that they are not harmed when they consume your product. So when we talk about food safety in a nutshell, it refers to all practices and procedures that are applied in all food handling environments to control food safety hazards. The whole idea is to make sure that we control food safety hazards, which can harm our consumers. And when we talk about food handling environments, we are talking about all areas where food is handled. And this includes the primary production. Here we are talking about the farm, and also processing and manufacturing environments. We are talking about packaging environments, where packaging is produced. We are talking about distribution. We are talking about merchandising retailing of products, and also preparation and final presentation to consumer. This also includes restaurants, hotels, wherever food is handled. We need to exercise good practices and implement procedures and programs that ensure us to produce a safe product. So food handling also refers to the handling of food in its raw or unprocessed state. And it also includes handling of food during production, processing, packaging, transportation, delivery, and display. So when we talk about food handling environments, we are saying it includes the farms, the pack houses, the fresh produce markets, manufacturing facilities, for example, packaging material, food contact service, all those manufacturers of equipment, they also have to have good practices and procedures in place and programs to make sure that they deliver equipment that is hygienically designed. And also we talk about factory shops, catering units, kitchens, restaurants, butcheries, retailers, distribution centers, and even the transporting vehicles. They all need to be suitable to transport safe products. So when we talk about areas where food is handled, we are looking at what we call a food production chain or a food chain. Here we can talk about the concept of the farm to the table or a farm to fork approach, where we are looking at it from production. For example, if it's milk, we are looking at the farm through the processing areas, through the distribution channel. And we talk about even if it goes to the restaurant, or maybe it's going to the retailer like ShopRite, or it could be going to Spar or Macro, the wholesalers. So we are looking at all these areas where food is handled. And we are saying the food must be safe along the food chain. Everyone in the food chain needs to play their role to make sure that food is safe. And we are looking at safety as well at time of consumption by the consumers at the home. And we are talking about also the restaurant. So all that is important when we're talking about food safety.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we need to understand that introduction of food safety hazards can occur at any stage of the food chain. Introduction of food safety hazards can happen at any area or a food handling area in the food chain. So it's very important. That's why we need adequate control throughout the food chain. And also, we need to make sure that food safety is ensured through the combined efforts of all parties or participants in the food chain, or of all parties that are participating in the food chain. Everyone plays their role to make sure that we ensure safe production of food that is safe for human consumption. Therefore, food safety is everybody's business. And also, that's why now we are also talking about food safety culture. As we implement control measures to control food safety hazards, we also need to think about developing a food safety culture in the whole supply chain. Every organization needs to develop a food safety culture. And that's what we'll be talking about. What is this food safety culture? How can we create this food safety culture? How can we measure it that we have effectively implemented a food safety culture? When we talk about food safety, just responding to some requests during registration, we are not going to talk about other matters. But when we talk about food safety, we are talking about matters that are related to the occurrence of food safety hazards in end products. So when we talk about food safety, it does not include other health aspects related to, for example, malnutrition. Yes, we know we can have issues of overdosing, maybe with for minerals, maybe, and so on. But when we are talking about food safety, we are concerned with the occurrence of food safety hazards. I'm going to explain what are these food safety hazards quickly as we go along in this presentation. And also, what is key here, we want to make sure that each organization, when it produces its end product, it must make sure that its end products are safe for human consumption. So also, we know others wanted to know about food security. We know it's very important, but this presentation does not include food security. We know that if food security is a critical health concern, that it causes disruptions to supply, access, and availability of safe, legal, authentic, and high quality food. But we are not going to talk about food security, but we know it's related to food safety because we need food security to make sure that there's no disruption of supply, access, and availability, and also safe, legal, authentic, and high quality food. So when we talk about end products, that you need to make sure that when they leave your organization, they are safe. We are talking about a product that will undergo no further processing or transformation by the organization. For example, if you can look at the picture, all these products, we can call them end products because they are not going to go further transformation by the organization. This is what is going to the customer and to the consumer. So this is the end product that is leaving the organization. So we are saying that kind of product that you are not going to process further and that is leaving your organization, make sure that it's safe for human consumption. And also, you can see some end products, like let's look at the case of an abattoir. It may have carcasses like this, and that and to leave the organization, that's their end product. And we know the user of their end product can use it as raw material. But also, when they process this raw material, whatever that comes from out of their own factory is also their end product. So you see, everyone has got a role to make sure that their end product is safe for human consumption. Okay. Now, when we look at food safety hazard, what is a food safety hazard? We are saying we want to control food safety hazards. A food safety hazard is a biological, chemical, or physical agent in food or condition of food with the potential to cause an adverse health effect. So if you look at ISO 22000, it gives a similar definition. We are talking about biological hazards, chemical hazards, physical hazards, and also we have what is called allergenic hazards. We also have, according to ISO 22000, what is known as radiological food safety hazards. So all of these need to be controlled to make sure that consumers consume safe products. So we can talk about foodborne bacteria or foodborne microorganisms. There are many different types. When we do some of our courses, we'll go into detail of all these food safety hazards. We also talk about viruses, parasites, and also chemicals, allergens, and then physical agents or foreign bodies. Examples of physical safety hazards can include batons and so on, all these. This is what we are talking about, that needs to be controlled. It must not be in your end product as it leaves your factory or as it leaves your plant or your farm. Make sure that all these foreign bodies have been controlled, they've been removed so that they won't cause harm to your consumer. Okay, so we also have all these are just examples for us to have an idea of what we are talking about when we talk about food safety culture. We're talking about making sure that consumers are not harmed, and we have to create that kind of culture to make sure that we produce a safe product always in our organization. Okay, so all these are hazards that needs to be controlled. Then we also have all these chemicals that needs to be controlled. I will not go into detail of each. This is something that we'll talk about in our basic food safety course and also in our good manufacturing practice or the good agriculture practice courses and the good catering practice courses. Then we also have hazards in terms of allergenic food safety hazards. There are most common food allergens such as tree nuts. Someone after eating a tree nut like almonds or peanuts or pecan nuts, they may fall sick. They will have an allergic reaction and they actually die from these allergens. And sometimes we don't know who are these people. So it's important to give this relevant information to our consumers. If we are using peanuts in our products, we need to declare that in our labeling to make sure that consumers who are allergic to peanuts do not consume those products. We can talk about dairy products, wheat, eggs, and so on. Then another type of food safety hazard are the microbiological one, but normally we'll talk about the biological food safety hazards, which encompasses parasites, viruses, and so on. But here we have microbiological food safety hazards in terms of important foodborne pathogens, in terms of bacteria such as Salmonella, E. coli, Campylobacter, talking about Staphylococcus aureus, Listeria monocytogenes. All these are important foodborne pathogens that can be in your food product or your end products and can cause harm to the consumer. So all these foodborne pathogens, they need to be controlled. We have also issue of coronavirus. I just want to highlight it. It's not a foodborne pathogen, but it's relevant now in the food industry. We know that we need to control spread of this virus. We all now know about it. It's very important when you get infected. I was infected myself, and it's not an easy experience, very tough experience. And you need to take the correct measures, take the vitamins. Right now, while you're still healthy, also take this opportunity, take the vitamins that are necessary to make sure that you boost your immune system. And very important when you are infected to know how to isolate. We cited a document from our own personal experience. Please feel free to circulate it if some people may find it helpful as well. Okay. So now we want to produce a safe product. How do we do that?
Kotsa?
Yes, Charles?
Yes, probably before we go to that one, that looks like a new topic now. It's about 10:33. Let's just have a 15 minute stretch, leg stretch, biological break, and then we come back at quarter to 11.
Okay, all right, thanks, Charles.
Thank you. Okay, I think let's continue. Kotsa, right. You can take it away.
Thank you, Charles. Welcome back, colleagues. We were just talking about food safety. And now we want to proceed to talk about how we can make safe food. So how do we make safe food is the question. First, it's very important to grow food that is safe. So in other words, we need to introduce control measures at the primary production level. Charles did touch on that in his presentation when he was talking about the GFSI Global Markets Program and so on, good agricultural practices, good manufacturing practices, good catering practices. All these are very important for us. And now when we want to grow safe food, we need good agricultural practices. Then also very important, we need to make food in a hygienic environment. And also very important to pay attention to personal hygiene because human beings are a very good source of contamination of our end products. And they can contaminate our raw materials, our ingredients, our packaging material, our equipment. So we need to be taking care of our personal hygiene in our food plans. Also very important, okay. For us to have a hygienic environment, we need to establish and implement prerequisite programs or PRPs that Charles was talking about, the ones that I just mentioned. Can you hear me? I think I'm having challenges with my network.
Yes, we can hear you, Kotsa. Loud and clear.
Please, yeah.
Thank you. So we need to implement prerequisite programs as part of having hygienic environment. And also, like I mentioned earlier on, and also what Charles mentioned, we need to think about implementing good manufacturing practices as these are our prerequisite programs. Also, good catering practices are also part of prerequisite programs. Good agricultural practices are also prerequisite programs. So prerequisite programs depend on where you are in the food chain. If you are in manufacturing, you implement good manufacturing practices. If your business is about catering, or you are in the hotel industry, you need to implement what is called good catering practices. And also, if you are farming, and then you need to talk about good agricultural practices. So these are prerequisite programs that you need to implement to make sure that you are working in a hygienic environment. You also need to be thinking about supplier quality assurance audits, because we are getting raw materials from suppliers who are independent, because we are buying from our suppliers and they own their own factories and we have no control on what they are doing. We need to make sure that they are supplying us with safe ingredients, safe raw materials. And also when we are buying packaging, we need to buy safe packaging materials and whatever we use in our food processing or food production systems. So supplier quality assurance becomes very important part of making safe food. We need to start with safe raw materials, so safe also ingredients and so on. And then after implementing prerequisite programs, then we need also to think about developing a HACCP system. That's why Charles was saying we start small and then build up on your system. So the next process after PRPs or prerequisite programs is to develop a HACCP system to the manufacture, growing, or preparation of safe food. So in other words, a HACCP system is developed in all areas where food is handled. So HACCP is important. It can be implemented anywhere along the food chain. The whole idea of HACCP is now for you to be able to focus on specific significant food safety hazards that you must never lose control. So you want to control them effectively. So we implement what we call a HACCP system. So this is another course that we offer for 4 days, the advanced HACCP course, where we talk about how do you actually implement a HACCP system. And at the end of the course, you end up with a HACCP plan for your products. Also, it's very important to establish and implement food safety management systems. So depending on your market, depending on your business strategy, you may decide to implement ISO 22000, FSSC 22000, or it could be the British Retail Consortium Global Standard, or you may decide to have FSA or Global GAP, depending on where you are in the food chain, or IFS, also SFQ, and other standards. So there are so many standards that you can implement, but it's very important to pay attention to the market where you are going to sell your end products, and also your national requirements. So the plan for ensuring food safety, we've got just an example of how can you develop a plan that ensures you to produce a safe product. So we've got this ISO 22000 pyramid that we are just using as a model for food safety management systems. So what we are saying is you need to start with the good practices. And these are your prerequisite programs, your GMPs, your GCPs, and so on, and DAPs. And then you move on to implementing your HACCP principles so that you have your HACCP plan. And then you can implement your ISO 22000, that you have the food safety management system requirements. So you can see these systems, they build up upon each other, but the foundation is your prerequisite programs. You need to put in place sound prerequisite programs for your HACCP system to work. So it's very important to make sure that the prerequisite programs are implemented correctly and they are effective. These are just examples of prerequisite programs that you need to put in place. For example, cleaning and sanitizing. And you need to think about construction and layout of buildings. You need to think about pest control programs. And how do you handle rework? Let's say your product has failed, how do you deal with it? Or maybe you need to edit back to your process. What do you do? So it's very important to have procedures on handling rework. Then also with so many, you need to think about a procedure for waste disposal, because if it's not managed correctly, that can be a source of contamination, that can introduce food safety hazards in your raw materials, or it can introduce food safety hazards in your packaging material or in your end products. You need to think about labeling and packaging, warehousing, transportation, because contamination can occur during transportation of your end products. So you need to make sure you are using suitable vehicles. Okay, you also need to be thinking about, as one of the PRP programs that you need to run is equipment suitability. Here we are talking about selection of suitable equipment with the correct design that is easy to clean, and also equipment that you need to be maintaining to make sure that it's suitable and it's not being source of contamination to your end product. And then we also talk about personal hygiene. So there are so many PRP that needs to be implemented. You also need to be thinking about purchasing of your raw materials. How do you purchase raw materials? Who are your suppliers? Are you approving your suppliers? Are you controlling your suppliers? How are you selecting them to make sure that they are not going to introduce food safety hazards in your end products? And then we talk about recalls and withdrawals. And we talk about staff training. It's also a PRP. Your staff need to be trained on food safety, because otherwise they do not know what to do in terms of how they can control food safety hazards where they are working. You talk about employee facilities. All these become very important. So these PRPs, they come from different sources. It depends on your system that you are implementing. So you can get PRPs, for example, from SANS 10049. Here in South Africa, this is what we are using, requirements for prerequisite programs. Then also, there's also information from ISO 22000. If you are implementing ISO 22000, you need to look at those PRPs, but also with ISO 22000, it works together with ISO TS 22002 Part 1, which is a technical specification for those who are implementing FSSC 22000. But you also need to look at this. It gives more information on these PRPs, what needs to be done. So you'll see that the standards, they tell you what needs to be done, but you need to be trained on how do you implement these requirements. Other sources of PRPs include the British Retail Consortium Global Food Safety Standard. Also, we can get information on food defense and food fraud from past 96. And also, we must not forget our national regulations. We need to make sure that we are meeting the requirements of our national regulations. For example, here in South Africa, we've got R638 regulations. Also, you need to pay attention to your customer requirements when implementing PRPs. Customers may have specific requirements that they want. Let's say if you are producing product for ShopRite, ShopRite can tell you their requirements that they need you to put in place. So you need also to make sure that you are meeting those requirements so that you can pass the audits of your customers. And also make sure that you are producing a safe product. You also need to pay attention to industry codes. If you are in the sugar industry, you need to know what the sugar industry is saying about food safety of that kind of end product. Maybe you are in the dairy industry, then you need to look at the dairy industry code also when you are implementing your prerequisite programs. Okay, so yeah, this is just a progression of food safety. Charles has touched on this. How do you actually move in terms of implementing these systems? So again, you are starting with your PRPs, or you can call them GMP if you are in manufacturing, or you can say good agricultural practice if you are in farming. And the sources here is your ISO TS technical specification. It has got different parts. If you are in manufacturing, you use part 1. If you are in, let's say in packaging, it's part 4 and so on. So you can choose the relevant part of the ISO technical specification 22002 part 1. And again, like we said, you can get PRP information from BRC and SAN 10049 and ISO 22000. Then you have to implement your HACCP, ISO 22000, and then FSSC 22000. So you can see it's quite systematic and it's an easier way of implementing your system. Let's say you want to go to FSSC 22000. What we are saying is you must have sound PRPs, then you have to implement your HACCP and your ISO 22000 food safety requirements. You will see that ISO 22000 standard also talks about, it has got a clause on HACCP. And then, so it's very important, these are closely related, these standards. And then also, if you see, you look at FSSC 22000, it is built from ISO 22000 and also other requirements, which I'll talk about later. Okay, so if, let's say, for example, let's look at FSSC 22000 Jenny. You need your PRPs as your first step. And then you have to implement your HACCP, and you have all those sources of standards that you can use depending on the standard that you are applying for certification. And then you obviously, you need to have ISO 22000 as part of FSSC. So all these are requirements for FSSC. You need to implement ISO TS technical specification, HACCP, ISO 22000, and FSSC has got additional requirements. And one of the additional requirements, which is an add-on, now they are emphasizing on food safe culture, which we'll talk about. So all this gives you what we call FSSC 22000. You have to implement all these requirements for what we call FSSC 22000. And the additional requirements, they include food defense and food fraud and other add-ons that the scheme may decide on. So currently we are now on FSSC 22000 version 5.1. Okay, so these are just examples of the PRPs. Let's say if you are in catering, I said you need to choose the correct part to use. So if you are manufacturing, for example, you need to use part 1, which used to be called PAS 220. So these are prerequisite programs or PRPs for food processors and manufacturers. Then for those who are in catering operations, they'll need to use part 2. Those who are in farming operations, live animals, they will use part 3. If you are working in the packaging industry, you need to use part 4 for you to implement your PRPs if you are going to implement FSSC 22000. Then if you are in transport and storage, it's part 5. Then PRPs for animal feed is part 6, which used to be called PAS 222. Then if you are in the sector-specific requirements for retail and wholesale, then you use what is called PAS 221. They're in the process of also giving it a specific technical specification. I haven't checked that whether if they've done that already, if they've finished on that. Okay, so this is just an example of a technical specification. Let's say if you are using ISO TS 22002 part 1 for manufacturing. So these are the requirements that you need to put in place. So the standard will tell you what needs to be in place, and you need to know how to implement these requirements. Construction and layout of buildings up to food defense and biovigilance and bioterrorism. All these are the requirements that you need to put in place. So that's why in Charles' presentation, he spoke about the GFSI Global Markets Program. It doesn't require a lot of these. So it's a smaller system that you can put in place. And it's not a certification system, but it gives you acceptance into the market. But you can develop now, moving from your Global Markets Program and move on to GMPs and then move on to HACCP and so on. So that's how the systems work. Okay. Nosipo, maybe you can help me, and Charles, if there are any questions from what I've presented so far in terms of just an overview on food safety before I move on to defining food safety culture.
Kotsa, I think we are good. We are good. Are there any burning questions, comments? Maybe we can invite one or two comments, or you can just make some comments on the chat. Colleagues, are we good to go? I think the bus is moving now. We are well buckled up. All right, Kotsa, I think you can, I don't see a hand up, or I don't see a chat. Good presentation, good to go. Thanks, Karen.
Dr. Charles.
Thanks, Karen. Karen has given us a green light. So let's go, Kotsa.
There's someone, Charles.
There's a
I think
question.
there was somebody trying to say something.
Yeah, this is Conrad. I was just trying to check if these presentations will be shared with us, since they're running out so fast, telling to capture all the notes.
Sorry, I missed that. I was on low volume.
Yes, Dr. I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Good, thanks.
Just checking if these presentations will be shared with us, since they're running out so fast, we can't capture all the notes there.
Yes, if I can just make this announcement, I've already made it on the chat. You need to attend minimum 3 hours per day. It's a 2-day course. So you need to attend minimum 3 hours to receive a certificate and the presentation. We want to discourage people just coming in, logging in, and off they go, and then they get a presentation. So we want to make sure that you have actually attended the course. We give you the presentation and a certificate if you attend minimum 3 hours. However, the recording will be shared. The recording will be publicly available on YouTube. So you can listen to the recording, but for the presentations, we will only issue to those ones who attend minimum 3 hours. And we've got our IT that is monitoring your in and out and so forth and so on. So yeah, we will just do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Charles.
Okay. All right. I just also want to make a correction on where we keep on saying BRC. It has changed now the name to BRC GS, which is Brand Reputation Compliance Global Standards. Okay, so we also update our presentation. Okay, so shall we carry on? Okay, thank you, Charles.
Good to go, Kotsa.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the comments and questions. Let's talk about food safety culture. So we've just laid the foundation for us to understand what food safety is all about. So now we want to move on to the requirement that is in FSSC 22000, version 5.1, where we need to implement food safety culture, and it's now audited. So here we want to define what food safety culture is. And we also we'll talk briefly about progressive development of food safety performance, and then we'll look at the types of food safety culture. Okay. Information that we've researched from the Global Food Safety Initiative, GFSI, from their position paper, on the culture of food safety, that they published in 2018, they pointed out that an increasingly complex and fragmented food delivery system demands not just a reliance on written rules or just a demand on regulatory inspections and demand on safe food practices. But to be successful and sustainable, food safety must go beyond formal regulations so that an organization can live within the culture of that company. So what is important is the Global Food Safety Initiative is passionate about food safety culture. And they're saying we need to go beyond just company rules, beyond regulatory inspections, beyond food safety practices, or beyond just implementing HACCP, beyond just implementing GMPs, implementing ISO 22000. But we need now to include food safety culture. It's become very important to ensure that we produce a safe product. So when we talk about culture, it is the pattern ways of thoughts and behavior that characterize a social group, which can be learned through socialization processes and persist over time. In other words, we are saying a group of people or a social group, or it could be in an organization, we tend to learn certain behaviors, or we tend to think in certain ways. So culture, it's a learned behaviors or group behaviors, of which now this is what we are talking about, that we need to look at the culture of our organization in terms of food safety. Do we have a food safety culture? What sort of patterns of thought does our leaders have in terms of food safety? What sort of thoughts and behaviors does our employees have in terms of food safety? So we need to be looking at the patterns, ways of thought and behavior that characterize a social group or an organization, which can be learned through socialization. Culture can be learned from home, can be learned from the national culture. This is how we behave, let's say in Zimbabwe, this is how we behave in Zambia, in Mozambique, in Tanzania, and so forth. So this is learned through socialization. Culture can be learned at home. This is how we behave in our family or in our, it could be in our clan or in our tribe. So these are learned through socialization, and they tend to persist over time. And these people who come to an organization, they do come with their own culture from where they are coming from. And this is an impact on food safety. So this is what we want to address in terms of how should we behave? How should we think in terms of food safety? How do we create a food safety culture? Talking about food safety culture is not a new thing. There are authors such as Griffith and Yanis. They've been talking about food safety culture in the past 20 years. They've been trying to address the issue of food safety culture. They argue that a food safety culture or its absence is a risk factor associated with the foodborne diseases. In other words, without food safety culture, we can run the risk of having foodborne disease outbreaks emanating from our own food production plants or coming from our own food processing plants or from the catering business that we are running. So they're arguing that we need food safety culture to reduce the risk associated with foodborne diseases. Griffith defined food safety culture as the set of dominant and relatively constant beliefs, values, and attitudes that are apprehended or held and shared and that are contributed to food hygiene behaviors practiced in an environment or practiced in an organization where food is produced or handled. So she's defining food safety culture as a set of dominant and constant beliefs, values, and attitudes that are held and shared in a particular organization regarding food safety. So this is how she defines culture. We also have Yanis, one of the authors since the past decade. He's been a very strong advocate of food safety culture. He says food safety culture is a frame of mind that must be psychologically established amongst employees. We need to introduce a frame of mind in our employees. So he is relating food safety to psychological issues, or is also talking about applying social behavioral science in conjunction to food safety management systems. So he writes in his 2009 Food Safety Culture book on creating a behavior-based food safety management system. He is advocating for changing the mindset and establish a food safety culture amongst employees in an organization. He also published his book combining elements of public health from the perspective of social behavioral science, applying his work experience at Disney and Walmart. So he brings a wealth of experience in terms of food safety culture. Yanas argues that scientific knowledge and policies are not enough to achieve food safety sustainably in an organization. It's good to have scientific knowledge, even when we do our hustle, when we look at risks and we talk about hazards, we need scientific knowledge to address, to identify those hazards. And we need policies to manage those hazards. But Yanis says that is not enough. We cannot achieve food safety sustainably through scientific knowledge and policies alone. We need to be thinking about a food safety culture. So he is talking about it's very important to have measures that raise individual awareness and lead to actual behavior changes. These are required from the perspective of social behavioral science. And for him, this is the basic idea of food safety culture. It's about having individual awareness. And this awareness should lead to behavioral change. Yes, you can have training, but the training should yield the results in terms of behavioral change. And this behavior should be positive towards food safety so that we have a food safety culture. Okay. So JFSI also defined food safety culture as shared values, beliefs, and norms that affect mindset and behavior toward food safety in, across, and throughout an organization. So very important, when we are talking about food safety, according to GFSI, we are looking at the mindset and behavior toward food safety within the organization and across our organization, even along the food chain and throughout the whole organization, from top leadership to employees. Very important, everyone to have the right, correct mindset and behavior towards food safety. And so when we're talking about food safety culture, in simplicity, we can say it is how we do things here. How do we do things here? How do we think in terms of food safety? How do we act in terms of food safety? Okay. So other definitions, they say food safety culture of an organization is the product of the individual and the group values, attitudes. Also now, this definition includes competencies and the patterns of behavior that determine the commitment to and the style and the professions of an organization's health and safety programs. Here we are talking about our food safety program. We're looking at the totality of group values and individual values, attitudes, competencies, and patterns of behavior. And also the commitment that we have and the style and professions that we have in relation to our food safety programs. So when we are defining food safety culture, we can simply say food safety culture is about changing underlying norms and behaviors that are in many cases unwritten and sometimes unspoken. They are just beliefs and norms that are followed, and the mindsets and behaviors. And these actually are affected by many factors. So for example, beliefs and mindsets and behaviors, as I mentioned earlier on, they can emanate from our national culture. These are our beliefs that we have as a nation, or our behaviors that we have acquired through socialization, what we have learned from the social environment that we are operating in, or from families where we are coming from. Okay. So this also can come from upbringing and life experiences. And this we bring to the workplace, and they've got an impact on our food safety systems. We can also learn these beliefs, mindsets, and behaviors in the work environment or at the workplace. And here, when we come as individuals, we are affected by the group which we identify with at the workplace. For example, when we identify with our department, we learn the beliefs and mindsets and behaviors of that department. Or it could be co-workers, or it could be the impact of our role and position, or it could be the issue of job security, formal and informal authority, and our own habits and consciousness around the job at hand. So there are so many factors that we need to be addressing when we're talking about food safety culture. We know there's some places where we have visited for training, or it could be auditing. You find that different organizations, obviously they do have different cultures, and you can see the cultures, they vary from country to country. So that's very important. How is that culture in terms of supporting food safety, or is it negating food safety implementation? There are also terms such as climate that we use in organization. So we can look briefly, we can look at the difference between culture and climate briefly. But I just want us to distinguish between the two. So when we talk about organizational culture, we are talking of a system of shared assumptions, or we spoke about shared values and attitudes, beliefs, and norms that govern how people behave in the organization. But if you look at climate, the climate is how members of an organization view and experience what they might best describe as the mood or atmosphere of the organization. And here we are talking about the way people work, the environment they work in, and the way they are led. This we address it in ISO 22000. When we talk about the work environment, it's one of the clauses in ISO 22000. So in other words, we're actually addressing the climate. Here we're talking about the psychological impact, the stressors that can happen in the environment and how they affect food safety implementation in an organization. But when we talk about culture, culture actually is seen as the personality of the organization, the behavior in the organization, our value system, and also our beliefs that govern us, how we behave in an organization. So this is what we are going to focus on, the culture. And we are talking about how do we create a food safety culture in an organization. If we look at the evolving or the food safety management systems complexity, we've seen that for those who have attended the courses up to FSC 22000, we see that our food safety program, it includes the prerequisite programs, it includes the HACCP, it also talks about food fraud, safe design in our ISO 22000, and also we talk about food defense, very important. And these are important programs. And you will see that we talk about essential management practices, management commitment, very important, roles and responsibilities. So these are also becoming very important when we are talking about food safety culture. We are going to talk about food safety culture in totality in terms of the importance of management commitment, roles and responsibilities of personnel in the organization, training and education, very important in calculating a food safety culture in a food environment. Resource management, also we talk about documentation, we are already doing, but it's very important to make sure that that's done correctly. Supplier customer partnerships, continuous improvement. This we'll be talking about in ISO 22000, very important management requirements that needs to be in place. So if we look at the full scope of what we are talking about, so we are saying we are not excluding all these food safety programs. We are saying in addition to that, we need to be talking about food safety culture to make sure that our food safety management systems are effective. We need to change behavior of personnel in the organization. We are talking about also leadership commitment in the organization and other areas, dimensions that I will mention as we carry on. Okay, so if we look at the missing pieces of our food safety puzzle, yes, we talk about the system, the processes and controls in our food safety management system. We need to put those in place. But what also is important, yes, we talk about leadership and commitment, but this has become important in terms of food safety culture. So we'll talk about it more and more. Then also the organizational structure, very important in terms of roles and responsibilities. We need to have clear roles and responsibilities for food safety. We talk about it in ISO 22000. Even we talk about organizational structure in HACCP, that it's also important as part of preparing for HACCP. All these are important components. So the missing piece here for our food safety puzzle is to address the issue of the culture and also emphasizing on the other requirements as per FSSC 22000, the current version 5.1. Okay, so but why a food safety culture? Why is it important? According to the US Center for Disease Control and Prevention, they say 20% of outbreaks are caused by infected employees. 2/3 of outbreaks originating from restaurants were caused by infected personnel handling food. Many food safety issues and accidents result from employee practices, attitudes, or behavior. So we can see the employee behavior becomes very important. Employee practices, and also in addition, their attitudes or behaviors, they play a critical role in ensuring our end products are safe. And we've spoken about personal hygiene, but in addition to that, we need to change the mindset of individuals in the organization to make sure that we all have a mindset that is turned around towards food safety culture. We need to have the right attitudes and behaviors to ensure food safety. Therefore, changing employee behavior is critical for all food business operators. You can implement a system, but if you've got the wrong attitude and behaviors towards food safety, you have still food safety failures. You still have, you may have challenges of product recalls, challenges of product withdrawal, and so you may have problems of litigation from affected customers. Some people may die, and obviously we need to pay compensation, but also very important, we need to implement food safety culture because of the moral obligation that we want to make sure that our consumers, they receive safe products. It is important to build an action-based food safety management system that integrates food science and social behavior studies. So this was a response from Oyako Okado, who is from the BSI British Standards Institution. From the interview he was having with the GFSI, he emphasized that it's important to ensure that we incorporate employee behavior, and it is critical for all food business operators. And also we need to integrate food science and social behavior studies to have the right food safety culture or a positive food safety culture. So by developing a food safety culture in organizations, then we will have a food safety management system that is safer, more rooted in the organization, and also mainly based on voluntary attitudes from all persons in the organization, even when no one is watching. So this is becoming from voluntary attitude. It's from inner, from inside. So it's individuals would actually change behavior where they actually behave correctly in terms of food safety. even when no one is watching. So this is what we want to achieve when we talk about food safety culture. We want to make sure that we are actually making sure that we are producing a safe food. In our own role and responsibilities, we are doing the right thing, even when no one is watching. So food safety culture is about whether employees do the right thing when nobody is watching. Okay, we just want to have a quick poll. Nosipo, you can help me then, Charles. Who creates a culture of food safety in an organization? Let's have a quick poll. What do you think? Who is responsible for creating a culture of food safety in an organization?
Right, thank you. Thank you, Kotsa. Right, guys, this is just an open poll. Just write whatever you think. We just want to hear from you what you think. Who creates a culture of food safety in an organization? Who creates that culture? That's the question. Who creates the culture? Nosipo, you can read the poll results.
Okay, we've got a lot of answers coming in through the chat. It's leadership and managers, according to most of the answers here. Top management, leadership.
I saw one interesting one that says all stakeholders. I like that one. All stakeholders. Who are the stakeholders?
Yes.
It's the consumers. It's the policymakers. You know, the government officials. So yeah, we're going to talk about that at the panel discussion this afternoon. Okay. You know, everyone in the organization. But I particularly like the one that says all stakeholders, top management, right?
Okay.
Management. Yes. Nosipo.
One from Angela. She says doing the right thing when no one is watching.
Right. Doing the right thing when no one is watching. Yeah, once we start doing that, once we start doing the right thing when no one is watching, we know we're there now.
Okay. And there's one from Ray, which says top management provides leadership, but all employees and stakeholders are custodians.
Right. But what we are all agreeing on is top management leads the way. You know, top management, in every organization, there's a leader, right? So if the leader is not doing the right things, obviously that organization is bound not to do the right thing throughout. They say the head of the fish, sorry, the fish rots from the head. The fish rots from the head, it starts with the head. So I like that, everyone. So yeah, we are getting there. Thanks, Kotsa. I think we can move on.
Okay, thank you, Charles and Nosipo and everyone. Okay, so let's look at who creates a culture of food safety in an organization. Like you rightly say from your responses, very important. All stakeholders, that's very important. And also like what Charles is saying, leadership needs to lead the way. It's very important. Leadership needs to emphasize on food safety and create an environment that encourages discussion, share, compromise among individual employees regarding food safety. In other words, they play a very key role in making sure that food safety is implemented. And to make sure that they create the food safety culture, they make sure that the organization is producing safe products. And also very important, they need to conduct these activities of encouraging employees talking about food safety, sharing information and so on. They need to do this through communication. We are going to talk about messaging later. So they need to do this through activities on regular basis. And this will lead to an emphasis on food safety as an organization. So they need to lead the way to make sure that food safety is implemented. So there are key points in creating a food safety culture. Like what we said, organizations, they need to have a perspective of behavior. very key. They need to introduce aspects of social behavior. Science, very important. This aspect in ensure that they introduce this culture of food safety. Leaders at all levels of the organization. So those who say the leaders and managers, they are also right, correct. They need to be part of making sure that intentionally commit and have efforts toward food safety culture. Very important. Leaders at all levels of the organization. The new leaders need to express to the entire organization their willingness to foster a food safety culture. We are going to talk about how do they demonstrate that? How do they demonstrate their commitment so that a food safety culture is fostered in the organization? Leaders also need to make management decisions that are necessary for realization of a food safety culture. We are going to look at that as well. For example, they need to give resources that are needed to implement a food safety culture. Okay. I see a hand that is raised. Stephen Kasand.
Yes, Stephen, is this agent? I think, Kotsa, it must be an old hand. We'll lower it down for him. Thanks.
Thank you. So if we look at the GFSI position paper, in terms of creating a food safety culture, they emphasize that the essential role of leaders and employees throughout an organization is important. Both leaders and employees, they are also very important in making sure that we have a food safety culture. And communication, regular communication, education, metrics, teamwork, and personal accountability. We are going to talk about accountability later. Is the essential to advance a food safety culture. So we are going to look at different dimensions that are relevant to actually creating a food safety culture. These dimensions, they also include learned skills such as adaptability and hazard awareness. And these are all important in moving food safety practices beyond just being theoretical, but to make sure that we actually truly implement a food safety culture. Very important. So we'll be talking about the 5 dimensions later in our next module. Okay, let's briefly look at the different types of food safety culture. We have leaders. These view food hygiene as a critical business issue that they must tightly manage and offers potential business benefits. So these actually view food hygiene as a critical business issue. It's very important to them. And they must tightly manage, and they know that hygiene issues or food safety issues offer potential business benefits. Okay, so this falls into the category of leaders. Your organization, if it's got these types of leaders, then we are saying this is the type of food safety that culture you have. Then we also have what we call proactive compliers. This management provides a lead in encouraging compliance for sake of the business, but may not go beyond good practice. They just do it for the sake of their business. They are proactive compliers. But we also have what are known as dependent compliers. This is the weight of advice or instruction from regulators and other third parties to make improvements. They depend on advice,
to buy my plastics.
On instruction from regulators and other third parties to make improvements. So these fall into the category of type of food safety culture, which is known as dependent compliers. Then we also have what are known as doubting compliers. They doubt the significance of the risk posed by food hygiene. There are still people who question the importance of implementing good manufacturing practices. They question the importance of agricultural practice, they think it's time wasters, or it's a waste of money, or it affects on their revenue. So this fall into the category of doubting compliance in terms of a food safety culture. This is the type of the food safety culture that they have. So they doubt the significance of the risk posed by food hygiene, and they doubt the effectiveness of food hygiene regulations. And here we can add food safety requirements. And we also have a group known as calculative non-compliers. These intentionally breach regulations for the sake of financial gain. They take advantage when they see gaps. We talk about food fraud, where we see people committing fraud, where they do this for financial gain. So we have also calculative non-compliers. They intentionally breach regulations for the sake of financial gain. I have a poll here. What type of food safety culture do you have in your organization? Are you leaders, proactive compliers, dependent compliers, doubting compliers, or calculative compliers? Let me go to the previous slide as you do the poll. Over to you, Nosipo Charles.
Right, thanks, Kotsa. Kotsa, as the poll is running, just unshare your slide and share again. There's just somebody who wrote something. Colleagues, let's not use this function. Let's keep this training very clean if we can. Thank you. Yeah, you can share again, Kotsa.
Okay, is it better?
Yeah, it's okay now. There was just somebody who attempted to write something. Okay, so there we are. Nosipo, are you on the ball?
Yes, so we've got, it's ranging from 2 and 1. So we've got proactive compliers, then we've got leaders. One will say, I will say 2, that's Walter. And then we've got proactive compliers, proactive, leaders, and proactive. And then we've got dependent compliers from Lillian. Then it's all leaders from Callan, from Mumba. Okay, it's ranging from 1 and 2.
Great stuff.
And proactive compliers. And then we've got doubting compliers from 1. That's Michael Lenka.
Do you have anyone on the last one?
I have not seen, no. We don't have calculated non-compliers.
All right, excellent. Yeah, so I'm happy. I'm happy that we do have proactive compliers. You know, proactive compliers. We might not all be leaders at this stage. You know, we might not be at the leader stage, but if we're at the proactive compliers, I think it's good enough. We are going there. I see leaders, but I think most are saying they are proactive compliers, isn't it?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, great. I'm sure this is a good sign. It means we are understanding what Kotsa is telling us there and where we are going. There could be others who are right at the bottom there, you know, doubting compliers. You know, there's what we call malicious compliance. You know, malicious compliance. These are the calculative non-compliers. There are others who comply. I think these are probably the doubting compliers, but there are others who are actually malicious compliers. They just comply because they have to, you know, rarely because they have to. Otherwise, ordinarily, they wouldn't comply at all.
Yeah, thank you so much, Charles, and everyone for the poll. That's very nice. So you're actually in the right place because we're going to talk about maturing the food safety culture. We're also talking about improving our food safety culture, which is very encouraging.
Yeah.
So
because there's just also another term that we use, which is co-regulatory. You know, co-regulatory culture. We have got regulators. You know, as food safety practitioners. You know, as business people, we need to be co-regulatory. In other words, we need to self-regulate ourselves. We need to self-monitor. We don't have to do things because the inspectors are coming. You know, we need to work with inspectors to ensure compliance.
Thank you, Charles, for that. We've got Rachel Tembo. Yes, you can carry on. You can unmute, or you can write on the screen, on the chat, sorry.
Okay, I think let's carry on. I think Rachel, yeah, we have got time to talk in the afternoon. So yeah, let's just run with the presentation. Kotsa?
Okay. All right. So now we'll move on to talk about establishing a food safety culture. How do we establish a food safety culture? But before we do that, we would want to just talk about pointers of a poor food safety culture. How does a poor food safety culture looks like? Then we'll move on to talk about 7 elements of a strong food safety culture. And then we'll focus on 5 dimensions of food safety culture. This is very important for us to establish a food safety culture. We need to put in place these 5 dimensions of a food safety culture. Then lastly, we'll talk about barriers to food safety culture. I'm sure in the afternoon, we'll discuss more about these 5 dimensions, and we'll also focus on the 7 elements, discuss them, and we'll talk about the barriers also in the discussions in the afternoon, and many other questions that may arise. So we have agreed earlier on to say we need to make sure that we are supplying safe end products from our organizations. Consumers need to eat safe food. Our food, we know that it must be grown, processed, prepared, sold, and served by others. We know that it's others who are doing it for us. It's not us. We are, for example, we are consumers of, let's say, dairy products, beverages. We are consumers of meat products, and we depend on every person in the food supply chain to make the right decisions to keep our food safe. So we are basically, as consumers, even our families, even though we are employees of a particular organization, let's say you are an employee of a beverage company or a dairy company, you and your family are still consumers. So every person in the food supply chain actually depends on the particular organization in that food supply chain to make the right decisions to keep our food safe. These decisions are highly impacted by the cultures. If we've got a poor culture, food safety culture, this has got an impact on food safety. In other words, we may harm consumers. So there are decisions, the decisions of specific organizations. Each organization in the food supply chain has an impact, is impacted by its culture. And that has got a long-term impact on the consumers. Some consumers may be killed by consuming unsafe products. So this is very important. These decisions are highly impacted by the cultures of each individual organization along the food chain. And also dimensions that are within these cultures. We are going to talk about them, the dimensions that are in the cultures will also either enable or hinder the decisions and the practices of food safety. So we are going to look at various dimensions. There are 5 of them, and we'll focus on them. Okay, so let's briefly look at a poor food safety culture, how it looks like. Normally there is complacence and arrogance by the leaders. They don't show commitment to food safety. They're even arrogant about food safety. They don't want to implement food safety management. Sometimes they don't even see the significance of food safety systems. They are concerned about production. They are concerned about meeting their targets. But these decisions, we said, in these cultures, they have an impact on the safety of their products. So complacence and arrogance is a sign of poor food safety culture. Then also, we look at staff at various levels are not engaged with food safety values or practice. They are not playing a part in it. They don't even know about food safety. We see this a lot when we go for audits or we go for training. You may see that some staff, some of them, they've got no idea about food safety. They don't know the food safety values or practice. So this is a poor food safety culture. It's a sign of a poor food safety culture. And another sign is lack of adequate focus on food safety risks. Yes, they've done their stuff, but sometimes it's there on paper. Or they've not actually done a proper risk assessment or the proper identification of food safety hazards and to be able to identify significant food safety hazards that they must never lose control. If they lose control, they are likely to cause harm to consumers because those hazards can have an impact on consumer health. So if there's lack of adequate focus on food safety risks, that's also a sign of poor food safety culture. So also with disinterested workforce, poor morale, poor attendance at work, high staff turnover. In terms of food safety, again, because that does affect food safety, and that has got an impact on the food safety culture. Unacceptable incidents of food contamination, all these happening in that organization, regular customer or client complaints, reputation damage, customers, and issues of litigation, business losses, and vicious spiral of decline, ultimately closure of the business or bankruptcy of the business. So we just try to say for us to understand our culture, we can look at all these examples of poor food safety culture. Do we have complacence and arrogance of leaders in terms of food safety? Who are they kind of leaders who may say, yes, we just want you to push products into the market. We want to make sure we meet our targets. We want to meet our turnover and so on. Or our turnaround times. Also, we look at all these aspects. So we can look at these aspects and that can help us to assess, to look at the nature of our food safety culture. Charles, you can come in.
Yes, Kota, I just wanted to check, just indicate on the chart, who are business owners in this group? You know, how many business owners? Just indicate if you're a business owner, just indicate on the chart that just write business owner. I really need to know who have attended this training, who are business owners, and because this is very important, you know, because we're talking to you now. Are you an arrogant leader, you know, complacent? You know, what culture are you driving, you know? And also if you are a senior manager, if you're one of the senior managers, the top executive, also indicate that you're a top executive in the business because you drive culture. And we want to change this by yourself going to lead by example. So immediately you go back, they must know the boss is back changed from this course. And then we then start to implement because you are the leader. Thank you. Thank you, guys. I can see quite a number of business leaders there. We will also take note of that so that we can actually communicate with you. So please tell us if you are in the top management, if you are a leader of the business and stuff like that, or if you are the owner of the business. Just keep the poll running. Thanks, Kota.
Thank you, Charles, and the business leaders. So let's talk about the 7 elements of a strong food safety culture. I will just quickly summarize them and then we'll discuss also in the afternoon as I've mentioned. We have one of the elements is training and education, very important. In a strong food safety culture, it has got a culture of training and education. It trains its employees. Then we have also safety and compliance. And he talks about document processes. That's another element. I'll touch on them briefly in the next slide. Employee responsibility. That's another element. Safety stand downs, very important, is also another element. And then corrective action and setting an example by leadership, obviously very important. Managers, very important as part of a strong food safety culture. So if we address corrective action, for example, we've got a non-conformance, what do we do? Do we just leave it? Do we actually do corrective action? So if we have implement corrective action plan, that's also an element. Someone needs to mute their mic.
Sorry, someone needs to mute their mic, guys. Just make sure your mic is muted. Okay, let's carry on. Kotsa will identify the person and mute the mic for him or her.
So let's look at each of the 7. So we were talking about training and education. The program should be easily understood by all. So in other words, they should be relevant. We are going to look at them again in the 5 dimensions. It's one of the components that we are going to talk about under personnel, very important in terms of training and education to build a strong food safety culture. Then also reinforce food safety requirements and compliance with existing rules and regulations. We are addressing our component on safety and compliance. We need to make sure that we have a culture where we are reinforcing food safety requirements, making sure that they are complied to. And also there's compliance to existing rules and regulations. Make sure that that is done. So that's just a sign that you actually have a strong food safety culture when we look at all these 7. Then you also document processes and procedures to ensure food safety. Documentation, very important. We'll talk about it again among the dimensions of food safety culture. Then also very important, remind employees that food safety begins and ends with them. Here we are talking about employee responsibility. So we need to make sure that employees, they are trained, they know about food safety, they know their responsibilities, and they know that food safety begins and ends with them as individuals. They need to play their role. So that's very important. If we are doing that in our organization, that contributes to our food safety culture. Encourage is, if you see something, say something. So if we are talking about environment for corrective actions, make sure that non-conformities or non-conformities are addressed. And also if you see something, say something that has got an impact on food safety. And obviously the organization must have a culture that allows employees to be engaged. So in other words, leadership must engage employees to make sure that you have a sound food safety management system. Also to be open to safety stand-downs at the workplace for review of processes. Here we are saying the leadership must allow employees to actually have meetings with them. They must be proactive to allow discussions with employees in the workplace and be able to talk about food safety issues. Very important to have these safety stand-downs. Then management should walk the walk, not talk the talk. Here we are addressing the component of setting an example. We are going to talk about it again when we are talking about leadership. So management should walk the talk and not just talk the talk. Monkey see, Charles say that monkey see, monkey do. So as a leader, make sure that you walk the talk. When we are talking now about food safety, if it means you must wash your hands before entering your food plant, you must also wash those hands, or you must remove jewelry. I've seen in some places where you find some leaders who actually walk through into the plant. There was an example my colleague was also telling me where during an audit, he noticed that actually during the audit, while he was auditing his colleagues, he saw them freezing because they knew the leader who had just entered the plant had breached the food safety requirements, food safety procedures. He just walked into the plant and went straight to test the product. He wanted to examine the product, see whether it was dry enough to continue with the next steps of their process. So normally it looks like that was the habit, that you would come and then you would give a go-ahead for the product to continue to the next step. But what he did shocked my colleague. He actually, the leader went straight to the product and he took it with his hands. He actually took a hand in his hands and he moved his hand like that to test whether it was, and he put it back into the process. In other words, he was actually contaminating the product. So we are saying as leaders, we need to understand food safety practices and walk the talk. Don't just say we have a food safety system just to get a certificate. We need to make sure we have a food safety culture to make sure that we produce a safe product.
Kotsa, there's a request to explain safety stand downs a bit more.
A bit more. It's just a term that is used to discuss, to explain that the leaders must be proactive to actually allow employees to have meetings with them, to make that opportunity to have meetings where they can engage with the employees in terms of food safety, where they can talk about food safety issues that may need to be addressed, or maybe they have suggestions. So they need to do that more often to open up opportunities for engagement with the employees.
Yes, thanks, Kotsa. So this can be toolbox talks, you know, those Monday morning or the early morning talks that you do with staff. They normally in industry, they normally call it toolbox talks. So you need to create time for that. You need to create time, because sometimes it's production, you know, just hammering on production, hammering on the bottom line. So to create a food safety culture, you need to have those safety stand downs where you allow time to just talk safety with the employees.
So it should come from the leaders to make sure they allow employees to do that, to engage with employees.
Yeah. So 7 elements of the strong food safety culture. These are very practical. Let's think about, you know, we have to think inside the box. I always talk about thinking inside the box. Let's think about within our organization, how am I going to implement each and every one of these 7 elements? You know, you can, once you know them, each one, how am I going to implement this? How am I going to implement this? How am I going? That forms part of your food safety strategy, you know, food safety culture strategy, you know, because the standard now, the FSSC 22000, the ISO 22000, they want you to have a plan. So you can actually develop your food safety plan from these 7 elements. What are you going to do with each one of these ones that suit your organization? You know, it's not one size fits all. So there's not going to be a prescription. It's not prescriptive. It's about what is your organization capable of doing? How can you utilize each and every one of these principles? Thank you. Kotsa.
Okay. Thank you, Charles, for the contribution. Okay. So let's just look at setting an example. Monkey swing, monkey do. So what we are seeing is food safety culture must start with the top management. E.g., for example, wearing protective clothing. You must wear the right protective clothing for that particular environment. So obviously your employees learn by observing. And also washing of hands, you must actually do it and follow the procedures for correct hand washing. So that's what we are talking about. You must set an example to inculcate a food safety culture in terms of, let's say, in terms of practices, correcting protective clothing wearing, proper hand washing, removing jewelry production areas, all that, very important. Provision of maintenance budget. You need to be demonstrating that you are supporting the food safety culture. And then also we talk about food safety, must also start with senior and mid-room managers, plant managers and supervisors, purchasing managers, human resource managers, or everyone in the organization, depending where you are in the organization. Very important. If you are in senior management, mid-room managers, you need to play a role in terms of leading or driving food safety culture. Again, it applies to washing of hands, maintenance work, giving it priority becomes very important. Sometimes you see you've got temporary fixtures and they lasted there for the whole year or 3 months or 4 months and so on, or 6 months. Then again, it demonstrates the culture that we have in terms of food safety culture, maintenance work. So we need also to make sure that we are addressing maintenance issues. Our equipment maintenance, it could be the plant itself, the building maintenance. You can see maybe sometimes the floor have got holes and maybe they're accumulating water, they're accumulating dust. All this now are GMP issues that needs to be addressed or to make sure that we don't contaminate our products. Issues of floors, equipment, we spoke about that. Attending meetings and to support food safety. Very important for leaders to attend meetings, food safety meetings, to support food safety team and to support efforts of everyone else in the organization. Because we must set an example as leaders.
So just a quick one. We talked about safety stand downs. Thanks Simba for also bringing in another perspective. And this is on the chart. And Simba is saying, also we use safety stand downs where we stop production because there's a serious food safety issue. So we need to empower our employees to be able to quickly report and get production to stop until the matter is sorted. So that's another safety stand down. Thank you, Simba, for that.
Thank you, Simba. Okay.
Yeah, over to you, Kosa.
Okay. I just want now to talk about indicators of a strong food safety culture within an organization that we were discussing. So food safety expectations are explained to all employees at all levels of the organization. Very important. All employees in the organization, they need to understand food safety expectations. What are they expected to do? And it must be explained to them, not just to say, do like this, do it, just to do it. Food safety expectations must be clearly explained and understood by all employees at all levels of the organization. So the explanations can include what is expected to be done about food safety, what behaviors need to be demonstrated. So all these, they become very important. And let's say, for example, we have decided to select a particular employee as CCP monitor, a critical control point monitor, let's say for our system. That individual must be trained and must demonstrate competence to actually monitor that particular CCP. Okay. So very important, hence employees need to have very clear food safety expectations. What do you expect out of them? You need to be very clear. What is that they need to do? It must be clearly explained to them and make sure that they understand it so that they can implement it. And obviously they must be trained to be able to do it. And you must make sure that they demonstrate competence to do it so that they actually not pose food safety in problems to the nature of the work that they are doing. All employees are trained on food safety. We'll talk about it as well later. And also, we make sure that there's a lot of communication within the organization on food safety. We talk about this in ISO 22000, communication within the organization. And then there's also communication externally with the other stakeholders or interested parties. So this communication is important in terms of ensuring safety of our products. So in communication may include hearing personnel talking about food safety, writing about food safety, placing food safety signs and symbols, and make food safety visible. House is going to take you through communication, effective communication, what we can do in our organizations in terms of how do we communicate with our employees or among ourselves as leaders. Any goals for food safety are set and measured. All these are indicators of a strong food safety culture. Okay. So I think we can take our break here. I'm going to talk about 5 dimensions. Perhaps we can talk about them later in the afternoon, a bit longer discussion on 5 dimensions of a food safety culture. Gladys and Charles, it's now 19:12.
Okay, Kosa, I think the lunch is at 13 hours. So if you're good to go, we can keep going. We could just have a 5-minute stretch to just give you a bit of a break as well. Okay, let's open it up. Guys, maybe let's spice it up a little bit. Let's have some hands up, contributions. And unmute, time for you to say something as we warm up for the afternoon. And you can also show your face if you're comfortable. You can also, when you talk, just show your face and we can see you. This is the time to network, 5 minutes of just networking, brief comments on what Kotsa is saying.
I just want to thank you for the presentation. I'm glad, but now I'm going to leave the presentation. I'm rushing to work. I'm going to start my shift at 1 o'clock. Then I will join again after 1 o'clock.
Excellent, excellent, Dr. Neva. We don't want you to be fired. So please, as you drive, you can tune in on your phone. You can still tune in on your phone so that you don't miss anything. Thanks, Doc.
Thank you.
Thank you, Doc.
Thank you.
Okay, I see there's a hand. Just unmute and speak.
That's Yisambi.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. I'm glad to join such a wonderful and great training and meeting. I'm an interested party because we consume a lot of these foods that we are interested in to know how they are manufactured and the safety procedures that are put in place, and I'm glad. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Edward. And Yisambi, maybe you can also write your full name, because write your full names, please. That will allow us to send you a certificate if you need a certificate in your name.
Thank you very much. I will do so.
Thanks. Is that Yisambi was talking, so we can have Edward?
We're kindly requesting, if you're not speaking, please just mute your mic so that the person who's speaking can talk. Mr. Zulu, you can go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Azul Edward.
Please go ahead, Mr. Zulu.
I think Edward's network is very poor, Gladys. Maybe he can just make his contribution on the chat.
On the chat, yeah.
Yeah.
Can I come in?
Yes, you can come in.
Okay, yeah. I think what I've taken note so keenly is what was explained that food safety is basically not just a science. Rules and the pros and cons that are put on paper for us to follow, but it's the culture, it's the attitude, it's our behavior. That really came out so prominent in what I heard, and I'm thinking so much of changes that have to come. I mean, I'm into meat processing, and it's a team that I carry along with me as we put these foods on people's tables. What is it that we're doing? What is it that we believe in? When we look at that food, how do we put it together? I mean, how safe is it for somebody who's not us, who's not there to see what we're doing in the preparation? So that came out so strong. I think it's a point well noted on my side. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, that's quite a very valid point, because now we're saying it's what you do. Food safety is what you do when no one is watching, you know, behind those closed doors, when the inspectors are not there. Because most times we know food businesses, we usually prepare for the inspections, for the audits, and once the auditors and the inspectors are gone, we go back to our normal, you know, which is, you know, not updating our records. We leave the toilets dirty, we don't clean our floors, we don't empty our bins. To us, that's the normal until it's time for an audit, then all of a sudden everybody is rushing to clean up our facilities. Okay, we also have another hand from Doreen Stally.
Yeah, thank you to the president and the facilitators. Just to re-echo what the previous speaker said, I must say that I'm very happy and I feel privileged to be part of this training. Particularly, I'm very interested and happy that finally we are bringing issues of human behavior. We talk about the science and everything else. We don't talk about the human aspect, the attitudes, the beliefs and the values. And I think those are very, very important. So I'm so excited. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And I think that's Dr. Stally. I think we should have another talk on food ethics. She's a food ethics expert and a health promotion expert. I've interacted with her on other platforms. So thank you so much, Dr. Stally. We have a hand from Baleba Roger. Maybe you could unmute and make your comment.
Okay, thank you very much. Roger Baleba from Cameroon.
Good to have you.
Join you. I'm representing the Ministry of Scientific Research and Innovation. We are working at the food control food control lab, yes. We in Cameroon, we check all what concerns food safety, all what we can export out of the country. So thank you to accept us on this training. And I'm already glad to hear the first part. Usually when we are in the lab, we did not get the sound of the other partners of food safety. So I'm happy to listen about the others. In particular, I'm waiting the next part you have announced the evening, at the midday, during the afternoon. I'm expecting some question there, if you allow us. Thank you very much.
Sure, sure. We will have a plenary session later on, led by one of our food safety experts, Ms. Nozipo. So we will have that session.
Yeah, Gladys.
Yes, Doc.
I think we've got Ekaterina from Greece, who has been, I think she's probably failing to raise her hand, but she asked to speak on the chat. Ekaterina, can you unmute and let's have your views?
First of all, good day to everybody. I'm very happy to participate in this seminar. It's great. It's very, very useful for all the food producers. I'm the representative of certification body, of European certification body, and as well as in Russia. And I would like to say to everybody that now in 2020, 2021, our life has changed fully. I do not know how in your countries, but in European Union and in other, the situation made practically the world upside down. And then these markets are looking for the new producers, new suppliers of food. And what Dr. Charles and what Kotsa is saying is very important. The training that you are passing will help you to improve your food safety and of course, maybe to export to European Union. We're waiting for you for sure. So the certification and the consulting and training is very important in this world. As long as you have GFSI recognized certificates, all the world is open for you. This is and do not be afraid of anything. Not just African market, but all other markets are waiting for your products.
Yes, thank you so much, Ekaterina. We are in partnership with Euroset. Ekaterina represents a company called Euroset that are based in Greece and Russia, and they do in Europe. Yeah.
Yeah, we certify a lot of producers, food producers in China, also Pakistan, India, in big countries, as well as European Union. A bit of Egypt now we started, and we are also have some partnership with Dr. Charles, and I hope that our cooperation will move a bit, and after the borders will be more open, because unfortunately now we are staying in quite closed areas. And if you have any questions to me about the certifications and generally how this is going, I'm always with Dr. Charles. We are always very great to help you. Very happy to help you with and answer all your questions if it is necessary. How this is happening, how we in European Union, which are the accredited and the non-accredited, and maybe to share my experience with you. Always I'm open for any type of conversations.
Perfect. Thanks, Ekaterina. I think we can go, Gladys. We can go. We've got 5 participants with hands up. Let's go until 12:30, and then we do another 30 minutes, and we go for lunch. So maybe Sally, you can unmute and go on.
Thank you for that, Charles. I just wanted to explain that I've picked up an important point in Kotsa's presentation on the 7 elements of the strong food safety culture, which I intend to action in the coming week. And the reason I found it very valuable is because it's easy to give an instruction to, for example, top management and tell them they need to put on PPE when getting in the factory, or they need to hand wash. But this presentation has brought that point home, because it will be easy to explain the psychological impact that that demonstration from management will have on the shop floor workers. I found that very valuable.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sally. We have Victor. Victor, you can go on.
Hello, you can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. It's good to hear these wonderful presentations coming out. Very, very informative indeed. My contribution basically focuses on the aspect of culture. There's something I read which said it's very difficult to teach an old dog new tricks. That brought home a very important point, that the best time to start learning about food safety, these aspects, it's when people are young, so to speak. We need to begin hearing these aspects of food safety when people are still young. In primary school, in secondary school, university, by the time people are graduating in institutions, they would have mastered these basic principles at a very tender age. So we'd also love to see situations where perhaps we keep on engaging our government through the Ministry of Commerce as well, education, to see how we can update our curricula and be able to integrate some of these basic principles in science on the aspects of food safety, so that as they are growing up, it will be very easy. It's hard to say that sometimes you find perhaps maybe even in a food factory, someone who is a grown-up, for example, after using the toilet, they forget to wash their hands. Those are basic principles that people should have learned way back. So now we discover that the top management, the managers are trying to teach people some of the most basic things that they should be able to do. So for sure, I think going forward, it is important for us to see how we can engage, many other stakeholders and inculcate these principles whilst people are still at a tender age, so that when we begin to look at the basics of food safety, it is very easy. We are talking about things that people already know from way back home. When we do that, I hope that it can also help us to see how we can integrate some of those principles going forward into the future.
Yeah. Thank you for that, Victor.
Yeah, I think, Victor, if I can just quickly come in, we'll talk about that. Let's put that in the parking bay, where we can pack stuff that we can talk in the afternoon. I've got something to share on teach them young. Right, teach them young, so we can discuss that. Ladies?
Yeah, that's a good one. I had also taken note of a comment Mr. Samuel Mwambazi had posted on the chat, asking the team that how do we inculcate this food safety culture into the young people, the students, the pupils. So I think let's pack that and discuss it later, because I think it's quite an interesting topic. We also have I think online some lecturers from the University of Zambia who have actually managed to develop some training programs just specifically for food safety. So I think they'll also be able to share some of that experience with how they've managed to bring out some of these core courses on food safety in teaching students. So let's pack that and discuss it later, Victor, if that's okay, because I think it's quite interesting and it's something that we really, really need to look at.
I see Techno Pop. Maybe let's have the last two, Techno and Miriam, so that we can carry on. Just short comments. And last one, Mr. Chirwa Limson. Yes, welcome, Mr. Chirwa. You'll be the last one to contribute. Thank you. There's one who registered as Techno Pop 3, PO3. You can go ahead, you can change your, so that you write your actual name for the certificate. You can unmute, Techno. Okay.
Good afternoon.
Yes.
Good afternoon. My name is Grace Msawa Kalenga. I'm pursuing my master's in food safety and risk analysis. I just wanted to show gratitude to be part of this forum, and it's very informative, and I'm really expectant. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Grace.
Thank you, Grace. Miriam and Ms. Chirwa will be the last one. You can unmute, Miriam. Okay, go ahead.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, Miriam Kapambwe, representing Base Investment from Zambia. Yeah, so I was just, although I was a bit late for the presentation because of I have a challenge in login, but I've been following, and the presentation is so far interesting. Like, I got the points where you said the leaders must take the lead, whereby they have to lead by example, especially in food safety. Yeah, and when we talk of having the volunteer attitude, that we should have that attitude whereby you have to do the right thing, even when there are no people who are watching. That is a very good point which I got. Thank you.
Thank you, Miriam.
Yeah.
Right, maybe last contribution from Mr. Chirwa Limson.
So, I don't understand which one is his last. I don't longer understand many last abbreviation.
Sorry, can you just unmute, Mr. Chirwa? Are you coming in? You had your hand raised, or can we carry on?
Hello. Hello.
Yes, yes, we can hear you.
Are you hearing me?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello. Yeah. I'm Chilwa. Hello, this is Chilwa Limson. I'm pursuing food science and technology from the University of Zambia. I'm in this final year student. Yeah, and I've followed your program on food safe culture, and it's just a comment to contribute on this program. This is a very important program, like what previous caller said, Victor Mpondo, that we need this training more frequently, and especially on even on the first year students, second year students, as we are graduating, we need to have this information on our fingertips. That's all.
Thank you so much.
Great stuff. Thanks, Limson. You said your final year at UNZA.
Yes.
Yes.
Well done. Well
yes,
done.
Sir.
A lot of graduates, they come out of the university without these practical industry skills that are required. You know, you interview them and they start telling you about this research that they did on, you know, aflatoxins and the PCR, the molecular techniques. You know, we are not interested in that. We're interested in food safety culture here.
Yes.
Thank you, Limson.
All right, Doc.
Okay, I think thanks, Gladys and Kotsa. Are you ready to roll? We can just go for another 25 minutes, and then we go for lunch.
Okay. Thank you, Gladys and Charles, and thank you everyone for your contributions, and those who have added some thoughts on what we need to also carry through during the afternoon session. Thank you so much. And also, I'm very glad about the university lecturers here. I'm passionate about empowering the young people as well. And actually, Charles is one who's more passionate about it. But very important that the young ones, like what Mr. Chigo have just said, yeah, it's good that you have attended this. And this is information that is very critical that you need to carry with you into the food industry. And we want managers and the leaders who know about food safety and ensure that we save people's lives. Our passion is to save lives. We are lifesavers. I'll carry on with the 5 dimensions of food safety culture. So this information is coming from the GFSI position paper that was published in 2018. They talk about 5 dimensions, which are vision and mission, which has got some sub-information that is related to vision and mission. And then the second dimension is people, where we are going to talk about the stakeholders, governance, communication, all that are the components for creating a food safety culture. Then we will talk about consistency, very important to be consistent in what we do. And we'll also talk about accountability, performance measurement, but we'll leave performance measurement to the last presentation where we are going to, how do we measure our food safety culture? Also, another component under consistency is documentation. Very important. Sometimes you find that some people do just an exercise to make sure that they've got some records, or they update their records. They do it for the auditor. They are not doing it to save people's lives. They are doing it to pass an audit. So in other words, we've failed to understand the objective of implementing a food safety management system. And in other words, we have failed to operate a food safety culture within our organization. So very important documentation, and we need to be consistent in updating our records, in writing procedures. If there are any changes, we review our procedures, we revise them, and make sure that we communicate the changes to all users of that document, and make sure they are trained on the changes, and make sure that they understand and they are competent to do what they are expected to do. So we'll talk about that as part of consistency. Then we'll talk about the 4th dimension is adaptability. Some people say, I think we've all heard this, that the only constant is change, or change is the only constant. Like if we look at today's world, like what Ekaterina said, a lot of changes have happened. So the only constant in this world, the VUCA world where we are living, the only constant is change. So an organization that is not adaptable to change will not survive this severe environment. So one component of making sure that we implement a food safety culture is adaptability. We need to be adaptable to change. If we are making any changes, we need to manage them well. We also have a clause in ISO 22000 where we talk about change management. It's very important in clause 6. We talk about change management. So we need to be adaptable to changes. If we are changing product formulation, we make sure that we look at what is the impact of that change before we do it. And we make sure that we communicate the changes to the relevant people. If it's going to be to purchasing department that you are buying a new raw material or a new ingredient, that needs to be communicated to the purchasing department, and they need to meet those specifications that ensure that you are producing a safe product. So we need to manage change within our organization. So within the scope or the dimension of adaptability, we have food safety expectations and current state. What are the food safety expectations? What is our current state? And we talk about agility. How agile are we as an organization? We talk about change crisis management and problem solving. All these are important. If there are changes, let's say you are changing your business strategy, you want to buy new businesses, what strategy put in place, and not forgetting food safety. So if an organization that is in change of the impact of their change, the organization or to the safety of its end products, then it's thinking in terms of food safety culture. So that's very important, adaptability. Then the other dimension, the fifth one, is issues of addressing hazards. And we are talking about hazards and risk awareness. We need to be addressing this component in our organization. We look at educating people, our people in our organization, our managers, and all employees on food safety hazards. They need to know about them. They need to have information and education, and need to understand the risk. They must have risk awareness, the risk of their own actions on food safety. They need to know that. We need to explain it to them so that they understand and take responsibility or ownership of their actions. Okay, even when no one is not watching them. Then there's another component under hazards and risk awareness. We'll talk about employee engagement. Very important. It's one of the aspects under management, 7 principles of management. For those who have done ISO 22000 or ISO 9005, or even ISO 17025, we talk about the 7 management principles, and one of them is it involves engaging the employees. We have to engage them, not involve them, not just to be passengers. As we talk about food safety, it's just something or words that are passing by. They are just words that they hear in the corridors. We need to involve them. We need to engage them, not involve them. They need to contribute and take part in implementing food safety management system. So that's why you can see how it tallies well with awareness and education. It tallies very well with the training. And also the last component under this dimension, we talk about verify hazards and risk awareness. Very important. How do you confirm that all employees, they know about hazards, food safety hazards in your organization? And are they aware about the risks? So we will take you through these 5 dimensions. So we'll start with the vision and mission. We will just give you an overview of this. Otherwise, we need to spend a lot of time on this. But during our discussions, Akwe and Nozibo in the afternoon, they will also hammer on these 5 dimensions. Okay, so when we look at vision and mission as dimension number 1, here again, we spoke about leadership earlier on. Here again, the senior leadership team, they need to establish the vision and mission of the organization. It's their role. Even when we talk about the 7 principles of management, one of the principles is leadership. The leader must know and show the way. They must know the way, show the way, and go the way. Not to send others to go the way. They must be part of leading the way. So very important, the senior leadership team, they need to establish the vision and the mission and make sure that they actually meet those, what they want to achieve. They need to make sure that the organization actually lives its vision and mission. The importance of food safety should be reflected in the company's communications, including its website and the corporate annual reports. We need to hear about food safety components in our annual reports. We must make food safety visible. So this is very important as part of our mission vision and our values as an organization. So I will just try to summarize so that we can just have an overview of this, and we'll discuss them to have practical implementation in the afternoon and tomorrow as well. Another component under vision and mission is setting direction and expectations. Very important. The top leaders, they need to set direction and the expectations. We discussed expectations earlier on. Food safety needs to always be included in the organization's direction setting. Sometimes we can focus on just production. We can focus on other areas, and food safety is an add-on. And we are saying now, when we are talking about the food safety culture, food safety needs to always be included in the organization's direction setting. Very important. And ensure that food safety is a consistent consideration in any strategic priority. If you are making any strategic decisions for your organization, we must remember food safety. I gave an example. If you want to buy a new business, or we are deciding to acquire, perhaps it's a strategy to acquire particular equipment, to play a particular, to be involved in a particular process that we didn't have in a particular, at a particular time in our organization. We need to, before we make that decision, we need to make sure we think about the impact of that decision in terms of food safety. Here, that's how we are actually thinking in terms of food safety culture. Everything we do, we need to be thinking about the impact on food safety, the impact on the safety of our end products that go to consumers. I've already defined what is an end product, so that's why I keep on talking about the term end product, because what is coming out of your organization, whether you are even supplying another organization, whatever is coming out of your organization is an end product, and it must not have food safety hazards. You must control food safety hazards at your own stage in the food chain. Okay, so another component under vision and the mission, we talk about leadership and the messaging. Under leadership, we will also talk about leadership commitment. This is very key for those who have done ISO 22000, HACCP, and even GMPs. This is hammered on. Leadership must be committed to food safety. Leaders' commitment to food safety is the key in significantly influencing the development of a food safety culture. And here we are talking about a strong food safety culture. Their commitment to food safety is very, very important. They need to make sure that they demonstrate commitment. How do they do that? How do you practically, even if you were to audit an organization or to observe practices in an organization, how would you see that leadership is committed to food safety? There are so many aspects that we can think of. One of them is proper allocation of resources, including financial resources, including providing the needed people and the time for food safety. No more having, let's say, HACCP meetings during tea break, or having food safety meetings for 10 minutes. In other words, not prioritizing food safety meetings. We need to provide the time for food safety, time for documenting our system, time for identifying food safety hazards and doing risk assessment. Very important. And also all these, if leadership is providing allocation of resources, that can demonstrate leadership's dedication to food safety. Also, we spoke about leading by example and walking the talk. Also, clearly defining management structures so that we have clear responsibilities in the organogram and clear reporting structures. These are all components of building a food safety culture. Charles, you want to come in?
Yes, Kotsa. So what Kotsa is going through now is some of the elements that will be audited. You know, when auditors are auditing you on food safety culture, what are they looking for? So these are some of the things that, because people will say, but we don't know how to put in place food safety culture and how it's going to be audited. So pay attention to this and make sure that this is implemented. So as auditors, you know, auditors, those who have done the internal auditing training, we can audit through observation. We don't have to ask anything. You just have to look what is going on. When you get in the, when you walk in the factory, you are coming to do an audit. While you are sitting at the reception, waiting for the quality manager to come and meet up with you, you are already auditing, you're already noticing what is happening. As you enter the gate, as you look outside, so already you can see, is there management commitment here? There's no management commitment, there's no resource allocation, there's waste everywhere, there's no very poor waste disposal, even employees, the way they are coming in, the way they are clocking, everything, you can just see that now in terms of food safety culture, these guys, they really need, this is a non-conformance already before you even start the audit. Thanks, Kota.
Thanks, Charles. Okay. So other ways of demonstrating leadership commitment can be participating in management reviews. Very important. Top leadership needs to participate in management reviews. And how do you see that they are participating in management reviews? So these are some of the things that Charles is talking about. If you were to audit management commitment in terms of, let's say, do they attend management review meetings? Obviously, you need to look at the documentation and check on the attendance and also the meeting minutes and of course the issue of who was present in the meeting and so on. They also need to demonstrate commitment by playing an active role in development, implementation, review, and continual improvement of the food safety management system, communicating the importance of food safety. I'll touch on communication as part of one of the dimensions, component of a dimension. Then citing food safety objectives and integrating them into business objectives. Also resolving of conflicts. All these are ways of demonstrating commitment or are ways of actually demonstrating support of the food safety culture. Very important, developing food safety policies and procedures in alignment with the company's strategic direction. This we talk about it in ISO 22000 in detail when the management with the top leadership is required to make sure that they write food safety policies and make sure that they are committed to these policies. So that's why here we comment that these policies and procedures, they are not important if they are not translated into clear behavioral expectations for employees. The policies and procedures must translate into changing behavior or into actually helping employees to behave in a particular way. So we need to make sure that our policies help or they are relevant in terms of actually being practical, in terms of actually having an impact on the behavior of our employees. Another component under leadership and messaging, which is a component of first dimension of vision and mission, we talk about messaging. The goal of all food safety messaging is to educate, inform, and raise awareness among all new and existing employees of safe food practices, so they assume ownership of their role in ensuring consumer safety and brand protection. So if messaging is a key component under leadership, they need to send messages to educate, inform, and raise awareness among all and also existing employees, so that they must exercise safe practices. Very important to ensure consumer safety. And also when you produce a safe product, in other words, you are actually protecting your own organization's reputation. Imagine if your organization is involved in a foodborne outbreak and that is traced to your organization as the source of the food safety concern. So very important when we educate our employees, it actually helps us to protect our own brand. It helps us to protect our own reputation in the marketplace. So it is essential for leadership to have effective messaging that is consistent and clear to all staff members so that they understand the message. Charles is going to talk about communication, and that will also clarify that. Staff need to be regularly reminded of the company's food safety practices as part of messaging. Top leadership must demonstrate that food safety is the way we do things here. They need to continuously making sure that they are sending messages, reminding employees about food safety practices. So we'll look at how do you do that. There are different ways of messaging. Then the company's food safety policy statement must be easily accessible to everyone and referenced regularly in company communication. Okay, very important. When you communicate about food safety, we also need to reference the specific communication to our food safety policy. Very important. And this food safety policy must be visible. Employees need to know about the food safety. Obviously, they might not know everything of what is on food safety, but they need to have an understanding of what your policies are about. You need to present it to them in a way that they understand. So messaging should target all staff, including full-time and temporary employees, contractors, and external partners, as appropriate. Very important. In other words, all relevant people in the organization, all stakeholders, they need you need to communicate to them or send relevant messages as appropriate. Full-time, temporary employees, they need to know about food safety. So this also is another challenge. When we have temporary employees and they come to work in our food plants and they are not trained, and sometimes now they do not know the correct food safety practices. So this is very important to make sure that they are trained and also they receive this messaging about food safety. Messaging should be tailored to suit various stakeholders and need to be in multiple forms. So the styles of messaging need to be changed regularly to keep it fresh, relevant, and easy to remember. How can you make staff remember your messages? Do it, make it creative. Whether if you are using posters, make them creative. If you are going to use songs, maybe you come up with a song that talks about food safety. Do something creative that can ring a bell and be a reminder in the minds of all employees. Very important. There's what is called an earworm. When a song keeps on playing, sometimes you end up developing what is called an earworm. It continues now to play in your head, and sometimes you find yourself singing it. So you have developed what is called an earworm. So I want to propose that when we're talking about messaging, think of ways that you create an earworm. Yes, Charles.
I'm just thinking about the Jerusalem dance, Kotsa.
Yes.
Everyone was singing Jerusalem. Yeah, carry on, Kotsa.
Yes, so maybe for food safety, we need to come up with our own dance about food safety. So the examples of messaging tools that you can use, this can be company emails, can be intranet, bulletin boards, and the corporate website, work team meetings, and informal learning events. You can come up with different messaging tools and just be creative to make sure that the message about food safety reaches all employees and every other stakeholder relevant to what you are communicating. Also, what is important is to measure effectiveness of your message. Maybe you can do online surveys, and maybe you can use employee focus groups. However, these are just examples. Think of creative ways to measure what we are sending out as leaders. Is it being received, and is the message is it effective the way we are sending these messages? Do people understand what we are saying? Is it making sense to them? Is it changing behavior if it is targeted at that? So we need to make sure that we measure message effectiveness. Just like what we do in terms of customer surveys, we do check the perceptions of our customers, or we want to get feedback from our customers. So you can do a survey. So this is similar concept. Okay, I've got some questions here.
All right, Kotsa, how far are you? Maybe let's say, do you want us to do a poll? We've hit 13 hours now, and we probably need to take a lunch break. I think we are all hungry.
I think we can end here and then we can start on the next dimension, because we are moving to the next dimension. We can start there tomorrow and see how we go. So, but I've got some questions that we can take through to our discussion session.
Okay. No, thanks. I think Nosipo can capture those, and then we can see how the afternoon discussion will go. I'm quite excited about this, and I'm looking forward to it. Okay, colleagues, thank you very much. I think we can go for lunch now. 30-minute break. We come back at exactly 13:30, and hopefully we will have Taku with us. By then, I'll phone him to make sure that he's there. We can have a very quick 30-minute plenary discussion where Taku is going to share with us some of his expertise in terms of food safety culture. And then from there, we can have an open discussion. That is the plan for the afternoon. So let's just see how that goes. I don't know, Gladys, do you have anything from your side?
No, nothing from my end. Just to encourage everybody that we should come back on time so that we close off the day on a high note.
Excellent. And Gladys, tomorrow, before I forget, we're going to have a group photo. I'm not too sure how we're going to do it with 250 participants, where everyone is going to show their video. So we'll do that tomorrow first thing in the morning. I thought I'll say this before I forget. Tomorrow first thing in the morning, or when we see that we've got enough numbers, say maybe 10 o'clock, we'll do a group photo. So be ready for a group photo tomorrow. And then we just need some, you know, if it's not written down,
documented, it's not.
It's a rumor, so we need to document this training. Thank you, colleagues.
All right. Thank you. So we'll see you in 30 minutes time.
Sure.
Great.
Okay, thank you.
Philip, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, Doc.
Excellent, excellent. Yeah, Philip is one of our very senior technical experts, many years experience in the food industry. We work with her quite often, and she provides a very good resource for this food safety culture. And yes, I see Mr. Kufa is there. Excellent. Yes, Taku. You can unmute, Taku.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Yes, no, excellent. I've already introduced you. So, and we also have Simba. Simba, are you there?
Yes, Doc. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm here. Thank you.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. So I think, Philip, I think the presenters can actually unmute, the panelists can unmute, so you can switch on your mics, Philippa, if you'd like to, but it's fine if you can switch it off. Maybe you are at work. So okay, let's get the ball rolling. I see a hand is up already. That's fine. Let's get Kalasa Royd. You've got a hand. Do you have something to contribute?
Yes, I just want to appreciate for the program that you are offering to us. It's very educative. We are looking forward for more information from you and you giving us more seminars like this one so that we can improve food safety.
Excellent, excellent. Thanks, Royd. Brilliant. Okay, let's probably get the ball rolling. Taku, you've got something to share on food safety culture. Maybe let's start from the bottom. We've talked a lot about management, top management today. Koza has been talking about top management. Let's leave management for now. You know, let's start with the people, with the employees, you know, the shop floor. If you've got questions for Taku, just ask on the chat. Just put your questions on the chat and we'll be reading them and Taku will be answering them. So we will go for a 30-minute session, mainly with Taku, Simba and Philippa, who will be answering questions, but Taku can be the anchor for the next 30 minutes in terms of food safety culture. Like I say, Taku is actually sitting in the UK right now, and he has had a hectic schedule, but he availed himself for this, for this session to just share his experiences. So Taku, let's start with the employees, and then we go to the regulators. We'll go to the national culture that we talked about.
In terms of, I would share a little bit in terms of my journey to food safety culture. Essentially, if we look at food safety culture within an organizational setting, people come to work with their own preconceived cultures at home, their culture at home. They've got what they believe, their society, what is acceptable and what is not acceptable. So right from the beginning, you need to kind of set what is your organizational culture, your policies to your employees so that they are well clear and that their culture at home might be different to the culture that is expected at work in terms of how do we do things within the workplace. And then we then go on to from your policies, your job descriptions. In terms of your job descriptions, do you include culture based in terms of what is expected from them? And your training, you look at your training, is your training aligned to the culture that you need to do, you need to put within the business? So I could maybe take a step back a little bit. Where I stand I am a technical director of a food business called Green Origins, which I lead across the business units of Rainforest Foods, Pura, the Green Origins, Go Superfoods, as well as on the other side, I do run my own New Africa Food Company, and trying to engage with African food businesses around culture and all the other.
Yeah, Taku, just say, your network seems to be a bit jumpy. I don't know whether it's just from my side. Can you guys hear Taku well from your side? The voice is breaking. No, yeah, I think there's a little bit of a network challenge. I'm not too sure how you can fix that.
Is it better now?
Let's run with it and see how it goes.
I think what has been happening, I was listening to the conversations on the phone, and now I'm on my laptop, so must have been dual. There must have been dual devices working at the same time. So now I've switched off the other device. So I think that should now be able to resolve it.
Yeah, it's kind of the same. Maybe, I don't know whether you might want to log out and log back in or something. I'm not too sure.
Okay, let me try and do that.
Yeah, so while Taku is coming through, let me just get Simba to say something about his experiences. Simba. Are you there, Simba?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Doc. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
All right. Yeah, just to step in a bit and until Taku comes. But basically, when we look at food safety culture, I want to start from the back end. It has to start from the time we enroll someone in our organization. When we say we're employing someone, we need to set it there from the first day. Trying to bring something new when we have already employed someone and they are already like accustomed to a different thing, it will be difficult. But the moment that we make food safety culture as part of our induction, then that is going to help in terms of maintaining it and in terms of managing it from an organizational perspective. And also, if it is a company, from when we have the how we do business kind of set up, food safety culture must feature prominently so that when we drive it, it doesn't matter who is joining. I've seen in many places, induction is thorough on general workers that are coming, but on people who are new, let's say they are managers or they are like, you know, we assume they know. Let's standardize it. When the person joins our organization, let everyone go through the same process so that we will know that without any shadow of doubt, we are reading, we are singing from the same hymn book. So it's very important. I'm talking about the day that anyone is enrolled in our company, our induction, food safety culture must feature prominently. I see Taku is back online. Maybe I can just hand over to Taku.
Yeah. Thanks, Simba. I'll just comment before I give over to Taku. Comment on what you have said. Very, very important. Teach them young, right? Teach them young. The new guys, they are still young in the organization. It's not about age. It's about at what stage are you getting into the organization. I'll just share my experiences a little bit when we packed this point. I think somebody raised it. When I was a food safety, in fact, when I was a quality manager in one company, I was working as the manager there with people that are 30 years experience. They've been in the company for 30 years, for 20 years, right? And they didn't want to hear anything called quality. I had a challenge. And I then started recruiting, you know, because I was a manager, I would then recruit youngsters. Whenever somebody retires, I'll recruit a new person. When those youngsters would come, I would then tell them that, you know what, you listen to me, I have recruited you specifically to change the culture of this organization. And one thing that we need to do is to work together and change the culture. I would put that on their job description, because the other guys, they had old job descriptions. They wouldn't want to change their job descriptions. You know, otherwise I'll be fighting with them. And I started calling meetings, right? And of course, the old folks wouldn't come for the meeting, and I ignored them. I simply ignored them. I never written them any warning letters or anything. I just ignored. And I just went to my young team, one by one. I said, you have to come for the meeting. If Mr. So-and-so is not coming, let's leave him. You, I want you to see you in the meeting. If you don't, I'm going to reprimand you. Right? So that's how I did it. And then we then started having meetings with these youngsters. We started writing SOPs. We started keeping records. And these old folks are watching. You know, they are watching. The bus is going. You know, it was very, very interesting. And slowly, they started peeping through the meetings now. They are wondering what is being discussed here. And obviously, I just welcomed them. I said, guys, please, if you want to join us, feel free. Don't just pop in and try to investigate what you are doing. Come and sit and listen to what we're doing. And slowly, I won them. Slowly, they started coming. Slowly, they started participating. Slowly, they started, playing ball. And we won them. So that's how we changed the culture in that organization. And we ended up getting accredited. Actually, I was a quality manager working in a lab setup. So that is my experience on how I managed to change the culture of that organization in terms of adopting quality management until we got to certification, we got to accreditation with SANAS. So that's just my personal experience in terms of changing culture and recruiting new people, getting them to do what you want them to do. As they are new, it doesn't matter the age. If you're coming in, you've got a new job description, this is your job. Don't worry about what another person is doing. You do what you are supposed to do according to your job description that I've given you. Okay, Taku.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can. I think we'll live with that. Let's carry on.
Okay. So essentially, I can take a step back. We have talked about food safety. We have talked about what is food safety, how you measure it within the context of the presentations that have been done. So if you then look at how do you start to move the journey towards food safety culture, and that journey involves people. And the GFSI and these standards are saying that you need to systemize culture. That's essentially what you are trying now to do within your business, to start a transformation journey that when you put your food safety systems, you document them, you implement them to make them normal ways of working. But as part of implementation to that, you have got to, they come with systems changes, process changes, as well as culture or people changing, culture change. So that culture change within the context of implementing a standard involves a lot of people. And one approach you could do is called the ABC model. Has anybody heard about the ABC model of culture change? So the ABC model essentially is antecedents, behavior, and consequences. So the antecedents are the things that you have got to put within your business before the right behaviors that are established within the business. So a culmination of day-to-day behaviors and how people do is culture in your business. So you've got to look at it from what is the behavior that we want each and every employee to have, or what behaviors our employees to have. So in terms of developing that, when you just look at the people issues, you're looking at as senior managers, are you open and honest with your people in terms of what you actually want to do and what journey do you want to get to in terms of the transformation? You are open and transparent with the people that we have got to change how we do things within our business and why we want to change. So you start with the why. Within that openness and transparency, you've got to make sure people are aware of the hazards and the risks. They've got that level of awareness and risk awareness. Then you then come to your communication and messaging. So what I mean by the awareness, it could be engaging. People know that allergens, for example, what are the issues with allergens? If they make mistakes and how will those hazards manifest within a broader public health or to the consumer? So right at the employee level, they know across the business. Then communication, what you need to reflect, what communication do you need in the business to put, and what level of communication. You can use things like the radar model, which is a model of deciding who to communicate, how to communicate, how we message the communication, and what result do we want out of that communication. So have a communication strategy around food safety and what you want to communicate that. Then you can then look at your procedures. Are your procedures simple? Very simple to understand. Your SOPs, are they not convoluted? They don't need to be convoluted. They need to achieve the result, and make sure people know those procedures and they are simple in a manner that allows somebody to use the, then you need decision making to be quite clear about who makes decisions and whether your decisions are, your employees trust the decisions that you are making. Are you not cutting corners? There's here with regards to decision making, there is a fine line between criminality and there's a fine line between criminality and non-conformance. So your employees sometimes, they see inconsistencies in your decision making. So if your decision making is very, very, very inconsistent, it becomes a challenge to then reprimand on one issue and you take another issue. So you need to be quite consistent in terms of from a people. Then in terms of measurements, you need then to measure performance. How is someone, each and every manager within the business, are they looking at, do they know their objectives to food safety, quality, authenticity, and integrity? Do they know those, do they know their responsibilities, and how do they deliver those responsibilities through your processes? So having a PDM, either a policy deployment matrix, which really say that these food objectives are this, they are implemented through these policies, and who owns the policy, who is consulted, who is doing. So having that clear policy deployment matrix within your organization will help. Providing your employees the right tool. If you put a hand washing machine 100 meters away from people where can they wash their hands, they will not wash their hands. So you gotta look at if we provided them the right tools and the tools are usable. So you need to take an exercise of say, is the facilities and the tools that we give people to perform their job suitable for them to use for what you actually want to do. So if you don't do that, people don't have an incentive and it becomes war. Yeah. Then time, people need to be given time, expectation to actually do what they need to do. And the expectations about food safety being made clear. It may well even from training, their attendance to training, the reward system, budding system, you buddy people around to make sure that people are can learn from their peers. Then we look at the issues of competencies. This is quite a big issue around how do you manage competence within your business. This is the behavior, the skill, and the knowledge that people have, that conflation of those three. This is a whole chapter that needs, I think, from our African setting, we need to teach people how to manage competence within organization and competencies, because by and large, I think competence is an area that we are lacking within most organizations. And once you tell people that you are not competent, it's war. People don't want to be told that they are not competent. But if you go through a program of how to manage competencies in food industry, you will then get round to understand that perhaps I was not even a competent manager myself. So there is quite a lot of incompetence that is costing economies, is costing society. Society is paying for a greater part of lack of competence in our organization. So you may need to reflect your succession planning, your change management within the organizations. And you rightly, Charles, talked about those people who are 30 years in the organization. Job descriptions are never meant to be static. They are meant to be dynamic. And that dynamism, how do you structure them? You structure them in terms of objectives so that the nitty-gritties of the job can be changed on a day-to-day with changes in demand without necessarily then having to. So having to change people's job description, and people become anal about their job descriptions, that it cannot be changed. So sometimes job descriptions are written in a way that they are a list of activities, not job descriptions. So relook at your job descriptions and see what are the gaps, what are the skills that are required. Then training, it is essential to ensure that your people have got a competence development plans. Is your training geared towards developing an established competence or an objective, rather than training for the sake of training? So you then align in some of those training the culture aspects, making sure that you change behavior within the training that you have. Then the other one is about confidence, making sure that even at shop floor level, if you look at the people who were working at Pillsbury, even the guy at the Pillsbury, the company that was making food for people who were going to space, when they were asked, what do you do? They were saying, we were helping to get men into space. They knew exactly what they were trying to do. They were making food, but they knew the ultimate objective, and that built their confidence in terms of what they needed to do. Then the other issue is about reinforcement. So you need to be reinforcing the message, and this reinforcement could be from positive or negative feedback. It should be demonstrating best practice, learning failures, take them to other companies. You have got another company, they do a tour of another company of best practice. You can have a corporate PA somewhere, you can have compensation, prizes, promotions, those things that keep people engaged in reinforcing the word around food safety. So that's from a people side, really setting the expectations correctly and making sure that you are constantly assessing the people aspects of your antecedents. So things. So these are just people or antecedents from the things that you need to put within the business so that culture can flourish. There are other antecedents, including looking at investments.
Before you go to the others, let's just focus on the people, because I think that is one of our biggest challenges. Right. I would like to just invite some comments, some questions for Taku on the antecedent, the ABC model around people behaviors. How are we dealing with that? Or do we have any questions on how to deal with certain things? Any comments from anyone? Before Taku goes on to the other antecedents. Are we happy? Are we following? Can I get a thumbs up if you are happy? Or if you need to say anything, just raise your hand. Yes, Kalasa, thank you, Royd. I get a thumbs up from Royd there. Patience, thank you. Yes, I'm getting a lot of thumbs up. Okay, so Taku, I think we are on the ball. Maybe carry on. I see a hand from Kelvin. Kelvin, can you unmute and let's say hear your comment or question? Kelvin?
Yes, basically, I just wanted to say that we are following and enjoying the presentations. Please keep up the momentum. We are very grateful. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelvin. Reassuring there.
Thank you, Kelvin.
Okay, Taku, carry on.
So in terms of one approach, when you then look at whilst people need to be informed and held accountable of their food safety and regulatory requirements. Do they even know those regulatory requirements, how they are cascaded? In the UK and most countries, the food safety operator is held accountable for negligence. If they don't wash their hands, there's a defense of due diligence. We have to prove that we have done everything possible to prevent food contamination from happening. And if it then turns out it was, we trained the operator, they've cleaned their hands, we have done everything possible, but it was out of their negligence, there is room to still take the food operator himself to court for having caused food safety because of negligence. From that people side, if you look in other markets in the US, they now give a lot of fines to people who are in, if you look at the Peanut Corporation of America, they've jailed the CEO for 15 years for deciding to put peanut butter that they knew has got, salmonella. So a lot of it is about the ethics of the people. What are your ethics as a company that are translated? So from a leadership point of view, I'm still looking at the people. I'll come back slightly as well in terms of, from a leadership point of view, I'm talking about the ethics of the business. These are people-related issues. Your leaders must behave ethically. There's no need for, as a leader, you guys as a leader, you are the people who are leading people. Decide, you've got an ethical duty to make sure that the food that fellow Africans are eating is safe. Why do we want to, we deliberately import either turmeric with salmonella from either India, or we import packaging that has got high chemical contaminants from China? We don't check, and we give it to our people. A significant number, this is my experience with a number of children, places that produce food for children in Africa, and in Zimbabwe, where I come from. I had to help out some senior leaders of a certain food business, which is called Jiggies. At their factory, there was completely no hand washing facility. And if you look the places that most food that is earmarked for the African child who is below 12, the snacks, the sweets, most of those manufacturing places, they either don't have washing, they don't manufacture according to a plan, they put ingredients haphazardly, they don't know how much preservative, how much color, what is safe, what is not safe. They are just making sweets and drinks in a plastic sachet, and we give these things to our children. So from an ethical point of view, if we were going to take a step back and say, is this what we want to do to our children as a business, that we make food without a plan, haphazardly? A plan is called HACCP, which is a HACCP. Is it the culture that we want from a leadership point of view to give our society, who is paying food generally in Africa? If you look prices comparatively in Africa, the prices of food are much higher than in Europe. Africans pay more for their food. Isn't it worth that us as Africans, when we pay more for our food as consumers, you as the food manufacturers, you deserve to give us food that is clean, that is not injurious to our health, that is described in a manner that is honest, and reduce the disease burden within the society. So I do find a significant number within African countries, they've put EMAs, or environmental health organizations, environmental management, like for curbing environmental pollutions. If you go in the vast majority of food companies in Africa, they fear the environmental agents putting stuff in the drain that is dirty than they fear to put contaminated ingredient in the food that is eaten by human beings. That's just how the structure. So it's something that maybe as leaders of food businesses, we can step back and say, are we doing things the right to our people? So then, for leaders, we are the ones to develop culture. It starts from the directors themselves. What is your do we have good requirements for a director? Most directors are made responsible for environmental pollution in our countries. But they are never made responsible for food safety, for poisoning the people, the consumers. They are not made accountable for that. Why is it so? As regulators who are here, do we ever ask why we do that? You guys need to be made responsible. So commitment to food safety governance. So that's looking at the personality of your business. You set the tone and the personality of your business. So that personality of your business, everyone in the business know that here we do food safety. We make food that is safe. You set that within your vision. That align that into your quality policy. You can then dissect every statement in your quality policy into what does it mean for somebody who is sharing a screen. Hello?
Yeah,
I think there's someone who was sharing.
Yeah, Taku, you can carry on. Yeah, I can hear you. You can carry on. Let's see whether we can deal with that in the background. Our IT will look into that.
Okay. So, hello?
Yeah, we can hear you, Taku.
Okay, so it's about as leaders, what is it that as leaders, what is it that you do? You lead the food safety culture. You make sure that risks are assessed is at a leadership level, at a board level. So what does the board, I'll look at what does your food safety board from your leaders, I'll summarize something here. As a board, if are there any board of directors, are you going to talk to them? They need to set a food safety chart or a food statement. They set strategy on food safety. They authorize investment. How are they doing it? Are they perceived that they invest in food safety? They set expectations. They contribute to food safety policy. They look at all the internal audits, things that are coming back from the internal audits and the risks and opportunities identified after internal audits need to be reviewed by your leadership board. Your HACCP, your TACCP, the actions that you have not resolved, they need to go into the corporate risk register. And the board has got time to look at corporate risk. And because food safety, besides health and safety, food safety is the biggest risk. But somehow, African companies, we don't take that risk seriously. We need to be told by the regulator that it is not a good idea to poison our customers. So that's an area from a leadership point of view. Coming back to the people on the shop floor, as leaders, you are responsible for changing those behaviors. But sometimes you get resistance. I've always said that if you can't change the people, change the people. There are times when you can't change the people, you need to change the people. If I can't, we have set the objectives, why we want to set the journey, we start the transformation. Not everyone will be on board, and it's okay to let people go. If you can't change people, change the people. It's having the courage to understand that we can't change the people in the journey. You need to change your job description, look at objectives, people know the objectives, rather than making those into task box, get feedback and make sure that the consequences. So you put your antecedents, you look at the behaviors that you want to do, and you put consequences for people not. So you've set the antecedents, your QMS, your HACCP, your training, all those things all aligned to that. And then the behaviors, you monitor them, you assess them, and you sustain your quality, and you set as well the consequences, and you get feedback. So that's the sort of ABC model that talks to what people need to do, how you can manage people, and the key insights that you can do to change culture at organizational level. So at every level of management, look at what are the people actions. Just as a question, does everyone here have a documented plan for food safety, for improving food safety culture? Does your leadership or a senior leadership have a documented plan to improve food safety in culture? That is documented to say that this is what we are going to do, and do you follow that plan? Do you implement? Are you systematic in terms of doing that?
Right, there is a question there. And I think we need to answer this question when we go back. In other words, the 242 of us who are currently tuning in, when we go back, we must answer Taku's question. Do we have a food safety culture plan that is written down? And from what Kotsa was saying in the morning, you can now be able to make that plan. You can use those principles, those 7 principles, those dimensions. You can now use those ones to do your food safety plan. So basically, write something, just write something, however bad it is. The most important, the challenging thing is to start a document, right? Once you start a document, you send it to your manager, or even you send it to your subordinate for that matter. And you tell them, can you critique this? Can you add value to this document? This is what I've come up with. So go and get started. Go and get started. Go and write something no matter how bad it is. You can even share that with us and we can critique it for you before you send it to your manager if you need to do that. We are very free to do that. We can create time for that. So the other thing I wanted to just comment on is, as employees, we should work as if this is your company. If we have that mindset that this is my company, remember, you are paying rent from that job that you have. You are buying food. You are sending your children to school from that job. No matter how bad the job is, no matter how poor the salary is, but you are surviving on that job. So work as if it's your own business. Once we do that, you can actually see that the culture changes. You can even change the culture of your boss by just what you do. So let's go back, and if we have got business owners here, obviously they are, they are the informed. They are going to start leading the way. But if you are just a junior employee, right, work as if it's your father's company or it's your own company. That's how you are going to form your own company going forward. So this is about changing attitudes, changing behaviors. I like what Tagul said about the model, the ABC model, and the C is consequences, right? Consequences. So there's going to be consequences if you're going to change culture. You train, you educate, you raise awareness. If there is still no change of behavior, consequence management comes in. So we should not be afraid to implement consequence management if we're going to change culture. But of course, you're not in a rush to implement consequences. Antecedents, behaviors. First of all, you do the training, right? You do the training, and then consequences follows after training, after warnings. In fact, a warning is a consequence in itself. Of course, the last resort is, if you can't change the people, change the people. If you can't change people, change the people. So that's what we are talking about. I think there's a hand, Conrad. You can carry on. Conrad?
I'm here, Doc. Yeah.
Yes.
You know, I don't know for the other countries, but for Zambia, I'm thinking most of us are more at macro and small stage. And I want to hear examples tailored to the newcomers. Most of the examples for me are sounding like they are more of big stage companies where systems and structures are big and you know, there's a group that can be monitoring another group here. But in the aspect of small, you're talking about probably 10 people, you know. So I want to get more of new entrants, you know, the examples. First things first, if I'm small and I'm recruiting, what type of people am I looking at? I did see a comment, someone said ethics, probably culture, you not find it in school. So that has to be taught probably just at industry level. So who is coming in to join me? Am I looking at the heart of a person? You know, am I bringing in somebody so shrewd who's trying to crush me down? So it's kind of, I'm looking for small type examples, not like for the fully fledged big industry, I think. That's my submission.
Yes, no, thank you very much, Conrad. And this is actually the purpose of the GFSI Global Markets Program, where we're looking at the SMEs and where we are now looking at changing culture, food safety culture in the SMEs. That's our job. That's what this project is all about. So if I can just maybe, is there somebody who wants to comment to what Conrad has said? You can just unmute. Yes, Keron Tako.
Yeah, maybe to answer Conrad, as a small business owner, do you know what your food safety responsibility, your FBO responsibility are? As a food business owner, number one, you must make sure that the food is safe. You have got a safe formula. The formula that you have got of the food is safe. You must make sure that you are operating from a licensed premises. You must make sure that you are making the food according to a plan, have a structured, a documented plan. You've got a driving license. You take a driving license, you follow a highway code, and you drive and you get a license. The same thing with food. You work according to a plan, not haphazardly. And then you must make sure that you establish hygienic procedures in a hygienic environment. Number four, that environment includes the people environment in the training. So for you as a food business owner, number one, what we are not doing as African food regulator, our regulatory systems are weak. We are not putting a mandatory food business owner requirement to say as a food business owner, you can't open a food business before you have done this mandatory training for you as a food business owner to know your legal responsibility, your moral responsibility, and an awareness. Then you say, now I'm able to open a food premises. I've got this FBO training, food business owner training, or person in charge training. So that's an improvement that which is part of cultural issues that culture within organization is intricately linked to. I don't know if I've shared a slide in the face of people. I don't know whether they can see it.
Yeah, before you go to
that
the slide,
culture is intricate.
Yeah, Tabu, before you go to the slide, thank you. I wanted to just touch on the license example you gave. Right. We are expecting anybody who drives a car to have a license, but we are not expecting a person who's making the food that we are eating to be licensed to make that food. So we are actually eating food that is being produced by unlicensed small business owners. You know, they're just driving cars. They're just driving the food business with no licenses. So it comes to the regulatory culture. I think I don't want to go there now because that's a separate topic in terms of the national culture that we talk about, that we will elucidate on. But so first things first. In South Africa, for example, the R638 regulations, we call them R638 here, you can actually Google them. They now require every food business owner who is going to get a certificate of acceptability or a permit to operate to be trained. You can't open a business and run a business without a certificate, without a license that you know what you're doing. Okay, yeah, you can carry on, Taku, on the slides that you wanted to show.
Yeah, so I was saying that culture within a nation or within your environment or an organization in which you survive is intricately linked to the organizations. So, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear. In fact, we can hear you loud and clear, Taku. Your network is much better. Oh, okay. Taku, are you there? You're on mute. You're on mute, Taku.
Hello, yeah.
Yes, I'm saying we can hear you loud and clear. Your network is very good now.
Okay. Sorry about that. So I was talking about this food safety culture, being your culture within your organization. It's a subset of the culture, the cultural norms that are acceptable within the country. Within most of our African countries, we have we accept mediocrity and unsafe food from small business owners like you, in the sense that they are creating their own employment. They are creating, it's in the interest of employment creation. We have lowered the bar of safety of the food in the interest of employment creation. And I'm not sure that the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Whether we are actually doing something that is good or we are actually destroying those businesses because they start from a bad culture and that culture becomes less competitive. So we talked about competitiveness and food safety, but if we have got a culture that is bad, it reflects in our national institutions, it reflects in the companies, it reflects in the culture. So it's better to start right. As an entrepreneur, if I would advise you as an entrepreneur, since you asked about small businesses, the phrase I'll use is we have to get the basics right in order to earn the right to be entrepreneurial. To be entrepreneurial, you just don't become entrepreneurial, you earn the right to be entrepreneurial. And to earning that right to be entrepreneurial involves getting the basics right, putting systems, processes, and controls in place. Right early on, getting those basics in place. So those are the issues that you need to put. Then you make sure that you put a person in charge and you are clear about what are the requirements of my person who is going to run my facility. What are my employees training? What is the training covered? The basics. Then you can work with your authorities. I wish our authorities would give our entrepreneurs that level of regulatory support. Get to know. We did a survey in Zimbabwe with food business owners and general managers. 87% of the food business general managers who were there, they did not know the existence of the Food Safety and Food Standards and Food Standards Act, which is the basic act in food, and what it says even the existence of, but they were general managers of food businesses. So know your food law in your country, be proactive compliers. That sets your organization to doing the basics right. If your organizations are doing the basics right, they attain a good food entrepreneurial culture that then reflects at a national culture, and you can compete with other nations, either at regional or at international level. Domestic competitiveness, international competitiveness always starts with domestic competitiveness and a quality culture within a country. I don't know whether I've responded to you correctly, or Conrad.
Yes, I think Kofa, you've seriously answered my concern. Yeah, greatly appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks so much. Let's hear from Megan before you go on. Megan.
Hi, Doc. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, perfect. So I just wanted to add to that. It's something I've seen a lot in industry is people treat food safety like it's this thing where you either do it or you don't do it. So a lot of small businesses feel like, okay, now I must have the FSSC certification and I must have the fancy thing and I must have the X-ray machine on my packet at the end to make sure it's right. And that to me is the big problem with food safety culture, is that it's all or nothing. And we don't appreciate the basics. Means, do your people wash their hands when they're working with the food? Are there rats running around your kitchen when you're making the food? Even if you're making it at home, it's the basics. And that's the culture, I think, as Africans in general, as to build that, where we say it's okay if you can't do everything perfectly as long as you're trying. Because even you get big businesses, I've worked with small and big businesses, but then you get the big businesses, they're like, oh, it's fine. I bought my big fancy X-ray machine. I have my fancy pest control company, but then they forget that food safety is supposed to be a culture. It's supposed to be constantly growing and developing. And even if you're a big company, things can change. New problems and opportunities can come up. Food fraud comes into place, food defense comes into place, and it has to be growing all the time. Otherwise, there's no point. So even if you're small, as long as you're continuing to grow and improve and think about the risks to your food, that's the most important thing we can do. It's
right. Thank you so much, Megan. Thank you. In fact, I want to add on to say, small is good. Small is good. We need to take advantage of our size, of our smallness. Because if you are small, you don't have too many people to manage, isn't it? Imagine a big business like ShopRite with all these chain stores and all that, and how many people that they have to manage and get food safety culture in their retail shops. If you are small, you've got 10 people or you've got 5, then you can really focus on each one of them as a business leader and take advantage of your size. Small. So for food safety culture and for especially food safety culture, small is good because you can see everybody, you can see what everybody is doing, isn't it? Whereas if it is 1,000 employees, you can't really see, the whole system becomes very complex. Whereas if you are small, it's a very simple system and you can easily implement it. You can write things down that are suitable for you. You don't have to be too complicated. So I say small is good. Samuel, before I go back to Taku. Samuel, go ahead. If you're talking, Samuel, yeah, thanks. Go ahead.
Trying to. Oh yeah. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello. Can you hear me? All right. I think I want to tie what Itakuza is telling us about the need for food safety culture with what the presenter in the morning was talking about when he started the presentation. I think the issue of the food culture is also to do with the society. Now, my own experience when I had the opportunity to stay in the UK for 2 years as a student in food science. Basically, one thing I discovered even later when I came to deal with trade-related issues at the COMESA regional level was that, first of all, the culture has to do with the society. That's why each society, they deal with food in different ways. Now, at the same time, I'm a trainer myself, and I do course in food hygiene, food safety, HACCP, and so on. But one thing I want to emphasize that food safety culture has to start with the society. That means the nation. How do our people generally look at the safety of their food? From my experience, which I learned, especially dealing with trade-related issues, that means exports to the European market. We had a very nice presentation from one of the experts from the EU, and we asked them a question and say, okay, we know that we need to comply to all these regulations and so on in the EU, but don't you think that sometimes we are too hard on developing countries? And his answer was very simple. He said, look, these regulations are not put by governments. They don't start with government officials. They start with consumers. The consumers are the ones that demand that they must have food. They don't stipulate the regulation. All they want is their government to provide them with safe food. So when the consumers demand, it drives the regulators not only to put in place the regulations which will ensure they meet the consumer needs, because the consumers are also, don't forget, they are also people that vote parliamentarians into parliament. So the consumers also a big say. So then the regulators, then they can go to government and say, all right, so you put in these regulations, we need to implement them. So the regulators now must follow the industry, no matter your size. Basically, the important thing is that there is no compromise when it comes to safety. Why? Because food poisoning doesn't choose whether you are rich, whether you are poor, whether you're in developing country or you're in a developed country. It doesn't choose. So they say the bottom line is, are you giving us the food as demanded by our consumers? Yeah. So even the big consortiums, they are responding to consumer need. And in my opinion, the culture really starts there in society. And much as we can put a lot of emphasis on the small businesses, I'll give a very good example. Like if in a country people, you can buy things, there's no very strong regulatory mechanism. Look at the society as a whole. How much do consumers actually complain about food which is unsafe? And what is the response from the regulators? How do the consumers then take these issues as political issues? Thank you. I think I'll respond maybe during the future discussions.
Maybe I could put a few observations in that. You know, society has to be led. Society has to be moved. That's the job of leaders, even at national level. It's about what society, the minimum reducibles that society wants to accept, about what leaders, what society do we want to create as a people when we have our leaders. If we have got a society whereby we have got so many chakolos driving cars drunk in our society, and our leaders accept that, we will have so many accidents and people, it's acceptable. But if we decide to say that no one drives drunk and the law is enforced, because drunken driving is a bad thing and leaders drive that culture, it happens. If we say people have got a right to make sure that the food that they are eating is safe. And we as Zambians, we as Zimbabweans, we are Malawians, our people, what goes into their tummy, we know they are contaminants. We are dying young because of liver damages, because of excess contaminants, heavy metal. We are getting packaging with bisphenol A, which disrupts female, which makes packaging which is contaminated from China with bisphenol A that can potentially make feminized males, our babies who are males, they become feminine. We no longer know changes of behavior because is it the bottles they're drinking? Is it the plastic packaging? Are these things important to us? So what do we do to make sure that we put systems? If we prioritize that, so what we prioritize as leaders is what society does. We drive society. So if I agree with you, it's societal level, but societies can change. Society changes and society is led. So it may well be that from a legislative and from a national culture, are we in the culture of discussing that as consumers? Is our, at a national level? Hello? Hello?
I think Charles just maybe let's remind everyone to mute their mics.
Okay.
There are quite a couple of people with mics that are not muted.
So that culture is what we as leaders are prepared, even at company level, what you are prepared to accept, the minimum standard. You are only as good as the minimum standard that you are prepared to accept. So as African countries, we have accepted that we buy packaging from China. We never check what's in that packaging, what migrates. All our plastic bottles, some of them have bisphenol A, they have got heavy metal. We die young in our 40s. We drink this every day in our containers. We have accepted that our drinks are made with people who don't know what color they are putting in there, what quantities are they putting in there. It's what we accept as a society, and we don't link it with a high rise of cancers in our society. Salmonella, we have accepted that we just buy spices from India with contaminants without checking. We don't put systems to check. And then those salmonellas ends up being cancers of the bowel in terms of people who have had salmonella and the like, more chances, and linking that epidemiology at national level in all institutions. Our papers are more concerned with the politics of the day, the nude pictures on social media, nothing to do with food safety. So it is about the culture that we create at a national level, those elements of culture at national level. What are the shared expectations, shared beliefs, and shared values among the participants within our national food control systems? So if our culture is poor at that, is not proactive at that level, we trivialize those things, then our industries know that there's no one who enforces. Our supermarkets just get anything. They don't enforce the food laws. They stock anything. That whether it's fake food, it's genuine food, they don't have any due diligence. It is the culture that we are at national level. Unfortunately, we are accepting. So there's needs at every level to reflect that what is our culture at every level. And then we start saying at individual level, at consumer level, what is the culture that we need and which participants are going to change culture at team level within the organization, organizationally, at site level at a business, as well as at national level. Yeah.
Thanks so much, Taku. I want us to touch on national level culture. We've got regulators here. In fact, we've got quite a number of our ZABS colleagues who are here. What is our culture? What is our food safety culture at regulatory level? Right. Let's talk about Zambia. Let's talk about South Africa. Let's talk about Zimbabwe. As regulators, let's hear from the regulators. Can we answer that? where are we as regulators in terms of food safety culture? And what are we doing to ensure that we enforce food safety culture within the society that we are leading, within the country? We are driving the national culture in terms of food safety. I saw Emilia had a hand up, but I also need to get some comment from regulators.
Anyway, my comment, thank you so much, Dr. Charles. My comment is not on this that we have just raised up, but I just wanted to comment on what Ataputswa was saying on trying to make sure that the food that gets to our population is safe, especially getting contaminated things like packaging material or even raw materials. Now, it looks like some of the countries that are taking participating in this particular workshop or forum, I don't know what to call it. Sometimes they don't have resources or even
program.
Sandy, can you mute, please? Thank you.
I was wondering whether it might be possible for the region to create like a task force for surveillance. Yes, we know that we actually import different things from different sources or different countries. But I would like to believe that in this region, we sometimes import the same things to our countries from the same place. I was wondering if it will be possible for creation of something like a task force. For example, trying to just get information of what different countries actually find from their verifications of imports. And this being like compiled, trying to get a database so that we can exchange information, because when we are united, actually our voice might be strong enough.
Emilia, I can't agree with you more. I love that. And I think Gladys, let's take note of that. And it's actually related to my question that I asked regulators to respond to. Join hands as a region, join hands as regulators, share resources, share information. You know, let's not work in silos. The Zambians working on their own, the Malawians on their own, because these fraudsters, you know, the fraudsters, when they see that Zimbabwe has got tight systems, they move, they go to Mozambique, they go to Zambia. When they see that Zambians are now clever, they go to Malawi. So they are always going to be playing us. And when we least expect it, you know, things that are coming in, you know, food defense, food fraud, we are actually receiving all these things that are coming in through the complex supply chains that we talked about, the complex supply chain of raw materials, you know, food defense, food fraud. So regulators, there's a challenge. Any comment?
Maybe whilst the regulators are still looking at still reflecting on the questions, I could put another question that one of the key things I've looked at a lot of our regulators. I first attended a Codex Summit on adoption of HACCP in 1998, which was a SADC Codex on SADC discussing about how we could, as SADC countries, adapt HACCP into our national legislation. That was in 1998. The Codex guidance came around 2003. It became law in most countries in the world. And HACCP was further updated around 2011. And we now have another HACCP Codex text being guided. Most of our food regulators have been members of Codex. They attend all these conferences, But I don't really see a significant amount of transition outside South Africa. The Tanzanians are doing quite well. Ugandans have started on the journey, and the Kenyans, in terms of proactive regulatory reform, in a world whereby national norms and regulatory reform, the agenda for modernizing food safety control systems within countries is topical. Outside, if you do not modernize your food safety systems, you'll be left behind and your product will be discriminated. I see a lot of regulators who attend year-on-year conferences in Geneva, conferences in terms of, but it never translates into a modernized food law. Some of the food laws we use in that part of Southern Africa, they are from the 1976, some of 1924 Public Health Acts from 24, bylaws from 1924, some from 1933. So what is it that is regulators? What is the culture of the regulators? Are they proactive? Are they proactive? Are they reactive? Are they just politicians? Are they just book? Yeah. So at national levels, and unless countries in Africa going to become competitive within the framework of the Africa Continental Food Trade Area, or competitive post-COVID, in the post-COVID era where there is food nationalism or gastro-nationalism becoming, and vaccine nationalism, gastro-nationalism, and nationalism in itself becoming more entrenched, we will not be able to compete either as SMEs which need to export or which needs to trade regionally. So that's from a trade point of view. Yeah.
Excellent, excellent. Yeah. Thanks, Taku. I'm not going to continue to put regulators on the spot because they are protocol.
Hello, Dr. Charles.
Yes, carry on.
Yes, this is Luendo from Zambia, Ministry of Health.
Yes, thank you, Luendo.
Yes, that's a very, very critical area we are touching actually, and we're looking at it from both the trade point of view as well as considering the fact that we have as regulators a huge task to ensure that the consumers are safe. And we use different approaches to it. And for what we are doing as Zambia recently, we noticed that our laws, that is the Food and Drugs Act, are somewhat ancient and they needed fine-tuning at some point. And so that they can be able to respond to the current situation. So we went into looking at the actual paper, the actual law and how it was framed and the regulations, and we discovered that there were components of food fraud, components of food defense that were not coming out clear. And we felt step of ensuring that public health is primary and is prime to both the regulators as well as the consumers. We decided to change that to the Food Safety Act. And with the Food Safety Act, it embraces components that have to do with food fraud and that have to do with food defense to ensure that the consumer is protected, as well as we do not interfere with trade. We do not make the law become a technical barrier. So with that coming into play, and I'm glad that the act was enacted by Parliament, we are just waiting for the regulations now to come in full effect. And we are going to see that we are going to be trying to catch up with what we have already rolled out in terms of the continental free trade area, where it is very true, Doc, like you have pointed out, we are lagging behind. It's something that we should have done earlier, but then it's better to start now than be sorry later. So I think that's a very cardinal point, and we are glad that we have already started working in line with that. So I felt I should add the voice to that also.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Luendo. Taku, maybe can I recognize Denford, I recognize Noel, and I recognize Victor. But before these guys speak, and also Taku, I want to just give an opportunity to Simba. I know Simba is going into another meeting. If Simba is still with us in this meeting, can you just have your remarks, Simba, on your experiences, on what you think, is one of our resource persons. Simba, if you are there.
Yes, Doc. Thank you, Doc. Peter, good to run, but I'm following such exciting conversations there and the constructive dialogue that is going on. Maybe in my just parting remarks before I leave, thank you so much for all the enlightenment, Taku and everyone. But I also like to zero in, maybe to put a comment on those, on the small business owners and at national and regulator level. If we are small businesses, it's a great opportunity for us to start right and keep right and finish right as our business is growing. If we entrench the culture, it is us who is inviting people to come to work for us. And then we need to prescribe the kind of culture that we need them to follow and that we need them to be aligned to in our businesses. So like what Taku says, if you can't change the people, change the people. That's a very bold statement that from a point of view as a business owner, we need not to shy away from being clear about who we want in our business and how we want them to conduct themselves in our business, and also to drive the bigger picture to everyone. They must know what we are on about. It's a pity. We have the good ideas, one productivity, one efficiencies, but if the culture is not there, it's very easy for one food safety incident to close all of us down. And when I've seen companies, when they invest so much in very expensive machines, but after investing those expensive machines, you discover that those machines do not even meet a basic or a minimum requirement of food safety. Like, is it cleanable? It cannot be cleaned. You see, so if we entrench food safety in our business from the foundation, we'll win at the last. And at national level, it all goes with how, as a nation, we view food. And if food forms part of if food is very critical in the backbone of our being as a nation, then that culture, what questions should a person be asking when they are buying, whether on informal or formal? What should be the expectation of each and every person when they are handling food? So that kind of conscientizing that, is it clean? Is it safe to eat? It will build our national culture perspective in terms of food safety. So I think in a short, I don't want to waste too much of time, but thank you so much, guys, for such a constructive engagement. We'll catch up tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you, Simba. Philippa, if you are there, just jump in if you've got some, some wise things to talk to us about. I know you've been in the industry for long. You've implemented these things. You know what works. You know what doesn't work. So let's practicalize this. Let's systemize. I like the word that Taku used. Let's systemize food safety culture. Let's systemize it. I've got Taku, before I come back to you, I've got some hands here. Noel, Teaser, my good brother.
Hi, Charles. And how is everybody doing?
Good.
Okay. Yes, I just wanted to contribute on the food safety culture. I think on a national level, we need to come up with a proper law where we need to make sure that some of these things are just done mandatory. For example, there are other countries that you cannot take a product if you don't have a proper food safety management system without being certified, properly by a recognized food safety system. So I think even as we review certain documents, and I remember, if I heard very well when I was saying, we need to ensure that we review the Food and Drug Act and make sure that it's compatible with the Food Safety Bill or the Food Safety Act, which was currently passed in Zambia. So now he's saying when we pass some of these laws, we have to ensure that they do not create a barrier to trading. But I think it's only via such laws that cultures can easily be embraced by these business owners. Because if they know that this law has to be there, even resource allocation for food safety culture at organizational level becomes easy, because they know that if they do not do this, the law at some point it has to visit them. So I think that's one way it's going to help to streamline it down from national to organizational level. And also we've got institutes like maybe in Zambia, the CCPs, the Consumer Protection. I think they need to take a lead in sensitizing consumers out there on what food safety is, because people just tend to buy, and even when there's an issue concerning a complaint, they will not take it up upon themselves to follow it up. What happened? What is wrong with this quality? How this product is? So it's also that pressure that comes from the buyers, the consumers, to the organization through these regulatory institutes to help us ensure that we improve the food safety culture at organizational level. I think that was the contribution I needed to make. Yeah.
Great. Thank you, Teza. Let me move on to Danford and then Victor.
Okay. Thank you for the platform. My contribution goes towards, you see, I feel like there's a gap between the regulators and the consumers. And much of the funding is towards the regulators, but a little is being done to the consumers. And also the business are caught in between the consumers and the regulators. So I think going forward, and I'm happy that the regulators are here, everyone is a consumer anyway, but going forward, the culture for it to be sustainable, it also has to involve, it doesn't, because now it seems like the pressure is only on the business people, and the business people are now doing it for compliance. The pressure is coming from the consumers and it's coming from the legislation. But there should be a certain, if they are activists or whatever, there should be the VAT we are paying towards the products we are buying. It should also go towards meeting halfway between the business people and the consumers, because at the end, it seems like all the responsibilities are on at the moment, especially because the one which are being audited for compliance are only the business people. Neither sometimes the shops are not even involved. It's only the processor. So the processor feels the burden on his shoulder, but that's where they tend to do it just for compliance. But if it comes from, if all stakeholders are involved and everything enshrined in the law, and also the consumer coming up with this law, most importantly, the consumers must also have some funding that is set aside. These training programs should be done also for the consumers, so that the more you conscientize the consumers, they need to transcend down to the food processors. I think that's my contribution.
Great. Thank you, Danford. In fact, the 200, I'm just seeing the numbers that are currently logged on. The 244 of us who are here on this platform, we are consumers. We go into ShopRite, we buy from the street, we buy food, we survive on food, all of us. So it's incumbent upon us to think as consumers first, before we even think of ourselves as food practitioners or even business owners. You are a consumer before you become a business owner or a business practitioner or a food safety practitioner. So let's hammer that. Let's hammer that. It starts with us from a consumer point of view. I just thought I would make a comment there. Victor, over to you. Then Heben, and then I'll come back to Taku. For we are almost coming to the end. We want to finish at about 3:30. So we have got an allowance.
Yes, thanks, Doc, for the opportunity. My contribution centers around what I can call bringing sanity in African markets when it comes to food safety. And for a long time, in many countries in Africa, we have not seen what we can call sanity, so to speak, because there are a lot of gaps when it comes to food safety. Right now, I'm working with Zambia Medicines Regulatory Authority, and previously I was working with Zambia Bureau of Standards. And having had a chance to work on both fronts of regulatory authorities, there have been quite a number of lessons that I think all of us can be able to put in. I think the first aspect is that it is important for us to enhance our market surveillance systems. Our market surveillance systems in a number of countries have been very weak. We see quite a number of products on the market which needs to be removed. And of course, we also need to see how best we can engage people who are producing those products. There are some people who want to put up products on the market, but they don't know the right way to do it. They have the desire, but they just don't know how to do it. So the question is, how do we bring in these small businesses, people who start their businesses in their kitchens, how do we teach them food safety? How do we ensure that we inculcate these basic principles in them so that the small businesses which are found in the kitchens can move from just being in the kitchen to a factory? That is possible. So indeed we have these people, but we have to help them. And it starts with us as regulatory authorities. We need to be able to bring out a proper a PR method, communicate the right message to our people. I was just thinking to say, what if we preached food safety the way we are preaching about COVID? How many people would be taught about food safety? The same desire that we have about COVID, preaching about our safety. What if we had the same desire to preach about food safety? Definitely we can make a huge difference. And of course, it requires us to ensure that we set aside resources, communicate this information every week on social media, on radio, on TV. And I'm very positive that all of us, if we make ourselves as champions of food safety, then definitely both the regulatory authorities and us as individuals, we can all be ambassadors of food safety and make these small businesses who are producing unsafe food come to proper systems and hence be able to contribute towards food safety, because we are all consumers and are all affected. Thank you so much, Doc. Thank you so much. Your mic is muted, Doc. Mic.
All right, thank you guys. I would just, I see we have got more hands, but I want to draw this to a close. We have got another session tomorrow, so maybe just hold your thoughts. I just want to give Haben a chance because he raised his hand much earlier. He will be our last contributor for now, and then we can give back to Taku for some final remarks. If Philippa is here, she can also say something if she needs to, and then I can hand over to Gladys to close. Haben, let's have your contribution. Jeremy, Emilia, and Zenas, reserve your comments for tomorrow, please, if you can, or put on the chat if it is very pressing. Haben.
Thank you, Doc, for this wonderful platform. I think my contribution is largely centered on primary production and the prerequisite programs. that has got a great influence into the larger system when you talk of the culture. I'm a health inspector by profession, and I feel if we have to score on the higher value in the food chain, we have to invest so much in primary production and other critical programs. By doing so, we discover that it's much easier to control certain hazards on a lower level rather than waiting at a later stage and putting a lot of efforts to control certain hazards. It might be antibiotics, certain residues and things like that. And also looking at what other colleagues have put in place, you discover most of the programs that we are talking about are voluntary. So then how do we buy in to strengthen the system so that the farm, for example, a farmer at a farm understand all these other issues? Because that's where the game really has to begin, okay? And as the government, like someone from Zambia said, we have a new Food Safety Act. How is it possible that the farmer at the primary production will understand all these other critical issues rather than us waiting until they're in various chain stores to enforce these regulations? And it becomes so much cumbersome and difficult at the end of the day. So that was my little contribution.
Thank you very much, Haben. I think you've said something very, very critical that we've not spoken about the whole day. Primary production. You know, that's where things start. That's where the food is coming from. You know, when we start processing, it all starts from the land. So in our projects, the GFSI, we do have primary producers as part of this project. And I think it was very well thought of. Global Gap, Ekaterina was talking about that, certification to Global Gap. So all that good agricultural practices, we are training on that. So this is where food safety culture starts. When it goes to the abattoir, the animal must have had, must have been kept well. It must have, all the hazards must be controlled at that level. You know, the antibiotics, all those things must be monitored and controlled at the farm level so that further down the chain, we have less work to do. So thank you, colleagues, for your contributions. I'll now give back to my resource people. Let me give Philippa first. If Philippa is here, Philippa, do you have anything to just add? Concluding remarks from what you were listening?
Yes, Doc. Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you for this wonderful collaboration. It's really appreciated, and I see Africa is rising, eh? I just want to hammer on senior management commitment and to say, you know, most GFSI schemes emphasize food safety culture under the fundamental clause of senior management commitment. So that's where it starts. So everything starts from the top and it escalates down to everyone on the floor. So I just need to say, when you're implementing, I remember you said earlier on, go and think of activities to do. So I just wanted to put up a few activities that people can think of so that when they go out to put up a food safety culture plan, they consider the following. They need to include staff surveys, focus on staff surveys that emphasize values and culture. Do reviews of the staff, annual reviews, do one-on-ones, do recognition programs. You need to recognize work that has come out from your shop floor so that they can keep on coming with new ideas, so they can embrace the culture of food safety within the organization. Get feedback mechanisms into play so that all the concerns that they have can be raised and brought to attention of senior management and those who are within the team, food safety team, to implement all those things. So get them to raise the concerns either anonymously or through one-on-one or engaging external experts to come into your organization and be able to get what your staff are worried about and what are their concerns so that you can move forward with continuous food safety culture. Also, just to emphasize on people, I spoke about rewards and recognition, enhanced training. We need to enhance training at all levels. as people get in, as part of induction, you need to train your people on general GMPs, train people on the importance of culture, food safety culture within the organization itself, so that when you are talking of any other food safety standard that you are going to implement, you are starting from the same grip. Everyone is aware of what is the basic or the minimum requirement within a food processing environment. So I say, from all that we have discussed today, it all comes to people, and people are our tool that we have to make sure we equip for all this to be successful. And then if we are to put a food safety culture, you also need to ensure that if it is a buy-in from everyone involved, so that you can be comfortable to do unannounced audits, for example, or inspectors, if they come to your facility, you should be able to be comfortable because your culture is already established. You need to be champions, food safety champions. You know, when you go through, I think we handle that tomorrow, when you put up your matrix, you need to be able to measure yourself and put up and say, where are we on the matrix? Are we food safety champions, or are we responsible and accountable? Are we compliant, or there is some room for improvement? And then you put timelines to that. Say, what are we going to do for us to reach the goal of being food safety champions within our organization, be it at primary production level, at processing, or at any bigger organization whatsoever. So we need to make sure we deliberate all this and put up different activities that we can then check and see whether we are at par with everything. So I just wanted to put up to say most GFSI schemes, they do hammer as a fundamental. If you fail that, you won't be certified. So food safety culture, for example, within the BRCGS for packaging that I work with mostly, they've put up that in the senior management commitment, in the first clause of the standard in the issue 6 that has recently been published. So it is a requirement to make sure everyone from shop floor to the senior management are following through. And then you need to ensure that you review the effectiveness of it for either completed plan or for ongoing activities that you put up. You can set up a 2-year plan. It's not going to be overnight to implement a food safety culture. You need to set up timelines that are either can go hand in hand with your own food safety objectives, and you have to have those timelines that are desirable and that can be reached. Don't set goals that you cannot. You don't say, I'm going to use this technique too just because it's theoretical. You need to look and scan through down to your individual organization and see what can be done and what cannot be done based on what you have, based on your staff behavior, management behavior, and then you can then come up with your workplace culture. Yeah, that's all from me.
Wow, thank you, Philippa. You have just summarized it and put it in a practical perspective. You know, very practical perspective. We just need to start writing these things, and whatever we write, we then think culture. You know, you can always put culture in everything. You can actually write documents and documents of procedures on food safety culture. Every standard operating procedure has got a culture aspect that you can actually put in. I can say I've been enlightened even myself. Okay, I think let me go back to our anchor presenter, facilitator Taku. Your parting shot, Taku.
My last point, I'll just summarize what the take-home message is that we as Africans, at national, at individual, at organizational level, we need to make food safety culture part of our organizational, business culture, and social norms. We need to make culture a social norm. As a society, as a people, at different level. Then leaders must lead. You cannot abdicate leadership. Leadership is something that you exercise or you don't. So leadership, those who are in charge of our national control food systems need to step up and in practice leadership, the process of leadership, to go through it and not abdicate it to to other people. And at organizational levels, food safety needs to be owned at the right level, right at the, not at quality manager floor level. It needs to own high up and KPIs for the most senior people in terms of food safety. From a regulatory point of view as well, we need to reform our food laws. We need to modernize them, look at them, and provide guidances. Food law codes of practices, how do they are mainly legalistic. So what is it in terms of guidances that then people then use and write in terms of guidance for people to use and implement, templates for small businesses? How do we support those small businesses within templates, for them to do the basics right? So for small businesses, they need to get the basics right. They need to implement the basics right, and those basics are not as expensive as what people sometimes would want to think they are. It's the mindset. If you start with the mindset that it is possible, we can do the basics right. Our children who are drinking these drinks or from the streets, they deserve better food. We deserve a better life, as a better life for all as Africans, as the African consumer. Then we need to make, we need to systemize culture within our organizations. And then my last note is that there is, with regards to food safety and compliance, there's a fine line between criminality and compliance and culture of non-compliance. It's a very fine line. Without fear of contradiction or being misconstrued, I may say something that is controversial, that significant number of our retailers, our supermarkets, are outright criminals. And most food laws in that part of our Southern Africa says that it gives responsibility to the manufacturer, to anyone who places on the market, not necessarily who sells, to make sure that food is safe. The only person who is made is the one who is manufacturing, but the guy who is selling is not complying with the law, to make sure that he puts a due diligence that before I put something on my shelf, that thing must be safe. I should be convinced that my suppliers, they've got supplier assurance. So they are playing their part to increase downstream food safety and increase the culture. But we do have got criminals in the name of buyers who buy food, the least cost from friends, non-safe, as long as if he's my friend who gives me a backhander, we put food that is. So there's need to put food fraud and criminality in the food industry and consequences around the supermarket and the person who, in Shona, we say kudzia moto wembava, as in the conniving with criminal act. So some of the non-conformances which are within our supply chains, they are outright criminal. So the laws, the police, and all those need to be conscientized to say that there are other countries where peanut butter, I hear peanut butter is making peanut butter 50% peanuts and maybe 80% peanuts, and the other one is 20% soya butter. You can't see whether it's peanut butter. You make it a bit cheaper, and the consumer with soya allergies will get, but those criminality elements and outright non-conformance which border on criminality, we need to have zero tolerance zero tolerance to criminality that is committed by small business owners in the name of enterprise, in the name of small enterprise survival, kia, or whatever, Juakali in Swahili. Those areas we need to, I think those, if we start on those and then we look at food regulators to put risk assessment models, go back to modernizing and put the role of risk assessment to really say what contaminants are our people eating within our society, which foods our food systems have become more complex. We are now eating more globalized ingredients, but our systems are in the 70s before globalization. So how do we reform them to be modern, to reflect more the modern states we are now living? So if the leadership at national food control level take leadership and do what they need to do, the industry will follow. And we will have a better food safety management system. And we are there to support the small enterprises as they put the basics right. But we need to be supported as food safety consultants, food safety improvement personnel. We need to be supported with clear compliance rules and consistency, as well as a proactiveness of food safety operators, so that we can save lives, we can enhance quality of life of Africans, and they can eat good food. And thank you very much.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. Thank you, thank you. Criminality, you know, in the US, food practitioners or business owners who kill people are jailed. In Africa, what do? Has anybody ever been jailed for a food poisoning offense? Tiger Brands, the Poloni from Tiger Brands killed about 200 people. Nobody has been jailed. No one is in jail at the moment. No, the matter is in the courts. So what are we doing in Africa? But it's catching up with us. It is catching up with us, especially those business owners who are here on this platform. There's a warning there that we cannot continue to kill people. There was a discussion on COVID. I saw that. Very interesting. We'll talk about COVID tomorrow. Maybe a little bit about COVID tomorrow if we've got time. But people are dying from COVID. How many people are dying from food poisoning that are not being recorded as much as the COVID cases are being recorded? You can see there could be a balance between the numbers. But anyway, that's a discussion for another day. Okay, thank you very much, colleagues. I think we've come to the end of the program. Gladys, let me hand over to you from your side if there's any closing remarks from your team.
From our end, I think it has been such a fruitful day, so rich of information that this has really gone beyond my expectations. I think when I first flagged the idea to you, Doc, I didn't think it would be this big or this interactive. I actually feared when we went on lunch break that we would lose most of you people, but people still hang on and you're still here. I think this has just been so amazing. We are starting this movement on food safety and we're not stopping. We have to continue with these conversations around food safety. It is really, really important. So from the project side, I'd just like to say thank you to all of you that have participated today. Thank you, Dr. Charles. Thank you, Kota, our lead facilitator. Thank you to our resource persons. I know we just got in touch with you on short notice, but thank you so much for taking time off your busy schedules to just come and share your massive knowledge with us, even at short notice. Simba, Philippa, Taku, thank you so much. And to everybody who stuck around all this time, listening in, our chats are so active. I haven't read through all of them, but there's so much to read. We're sharing so much. Please keep it up. We meet again tomorrow at 9 hours sharp, not Zambian time or African time. We meet again at 9 hours tomorrow to just do our day 2 and wrap up. Please make sure you log in on time so that we get started together and we finish day 2 together tomorrow. So from ZATP, I think it's thank you so much. This is the end of day 1. We meet again tomorrow at 9 hours. Thank you.
You're most welcome.
Thank you so much, Gladys. Just a reminder that for the certificate, We require minimum 3 hours attendance per day for the 2 days. So tomorrow you've only had 50% of food safety culture. Kosa has got another 50%, if not 60%. I think today she actually covered only 40%. So tomorrow is going to be a marathon. Hopefully we'll be able to finish on time tomorrow, and we can have another round of discussion in the afternoon. So be ready with your questions, be ready to contribute to what you are doing, share experiences. This platform is about sharing experiences. Not everybody knows everything. We are not experts in everything. You are the experts. You are the one who are doing it. So we need to hear from you, your experiences, what works, what doesn't work. Thank you very much, colleagues. We will end here and see you tomorrow, 9 o'clock sharp. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Bye, everyone. Please keep safe.
Thank you. Bye, everyone.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Thank you for the interaction.
Thank you.
Thanks, bye.
Yes, yeah, sharp. Bye-bye, everyone. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Thank you. Yeah, bye-bye.
You no matter where you're from. You no
Thank
matter
Thank you. Thank you,
moderator.
Thank you, moderator.
You no matter where you're from, my friend.
Moderator.
My friend. No matter where you're from, my friend. South Africa, Nigeria, Algeria. It no matter where you're from. It no matter where you're from. It no matter where you're from. United, Western, and divided we fall. United we rich and divided we poor. Africa unite. Africa unite. Africa unite. United we rich and divided we poor. Africa unite. It no matter where you're from, my friend. It no matter where you're from. If you black, if you white, if you Asian, matter where you're from, my friend. Wow. Different colors. One people, different colors. One people, different colors. One people. It no matter where you're from, my friend. It no matter where you're from, my friend. One people. We are the different colors, one people, different colors, one people, different colors, South Africa, different colors, Nigeria, different colors, one people, different colors, Congo is colors, we are the people. We are the Africans. It no matter where you're from, my friend. It no matter where you're from, my friend. We are the Africans. It no matter where you're from, my friend. It no matter where you're from, my friend. We are the Africans. It no matter where you're from, my friend. It no matter where you're from, my friend. Colors, 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 colors.
We are